And a very warm welcome to Farmers Cross for this MCU Premier Division match between Cork Harlequins and County Kerry. We are live from Farmers Cross Cricket Ground, home of Cork Harlequins cricket. Our visitors today are County Kerry Cricket Club. It's a bit of a cloudy day, bit of wind around, but we are hopeful for a full match and we are hopeful for a great game of cricket. My name is Rodders Cotter and I'm delighted to be joined by my co-host Joe O'Mahony. Hey Joe.
Hey Rodders. Hey Rodders, back again.
We're back again. A few teething problems there, turning
Absolutely.
our mics on.
I forgot how to do it.
But we're back.
Yes, indeed. It's the 2023 season. It's week 2 and you're live at Farmers Cross on this... It's not a bad day, bit overcast. It's not too cold.
Yeah, not too bad, but the main thing is that the players are warming up. You can see on your display there that the umpire Archie is out there. He'll be standing on both ends, fair play to him, so we wish him well for the day. We also wish both teams well. The news from the toss is that County Kerry won it. They chose to bat first. So in a moment you're going to see the Cork Harlequins and reigning champions of the MCU Premier Division making their way out onto the field. Of course, as Joe mentioned, this is round 2, which means round 1 happened last week, and we will give you the down low about what happened last week.
Yeah, so we had a couple of games last week, and if I just go and get the results, we might do okay. All, of course, powered by NV Play. So last week, Cork Harlequins travelled to Galway and were comprehensively beaten by the Galway team. So first loss of the season for Cork Harlequins, but a great start for County Galway. County Galway, 237 all out. And in reply, Cork Harlequins were 230 all out. In Limerick, in Adair, Cork County defeated Limerick CC by 69 runs. Cork County amassed 236 of 9 for 9 and bowled Limerick CC out for 167. And there was a bit of a thriller down in Middleton where Kerry had bowled Middleton CC out for 130, thinking that was enough. But no, Middleton came back and bowled Kerry out for 80. So both teams here today without a win, and they are both looking to get their first wins on the board. Rodders.
Thank you very much, Joe. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel Club Sportscast TV and also subscribe to our socials using all your means. We are on Twitter and on Facebook. We'll be posting the link to this match up on our socials very soon, so be sure to keep an eye on that. So as Joe said, both these teams winless, and I'll very quickly point out it's happening this weekend in the MCU Premier Division are taking on Cork County. So that match is also happening today. And the other fixture between County Galway and Limerick Cricket Club has been suspended. That was because of a wet ground that happened last night, so that game happening today. So we're nearly all set to go here. The sight screens are out on both ends. The display you have there is of the pitch. We're on the artificial pitch today. Plenty of rain in the Cork and Munster area in general. So every time the ball travels outside your stationary camera there, we will do our best to describe to you what happens. Looks like it's going to be Zubair Hassan Khan opening up from the city end of the ground. We're just going to get our opening batters there.
So so it's Imran Pathan who is facing the first ball, and on the non-strikers, Alam Morshed.
2 players for County Kerry, 2 stalwarts of the team really, as the stumps blow over yet again. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, they're waiting on 2 players. Their Dublin contingent, Josh Udden and Hassan MD.
Well, I think Josh Udden has been a regular player for County Kerry.
Yes, but I don't know if he's playing up in Dublin at all this year. But certainly Hassan is playing for North Kildare.
We shall let the authorities that be deal with that one.
OCC in Dublin.
Umpire Archie fixing the stumps there. Imran Pathan is at the striker's end. At the non-strikers is Alam Morshed, two players very familiar now in the Munster circuit.
Of course, Cork Harlequins have a new captain this year, with Shivam Kisley. You see him there behind the stumps. So he's the new captain. Also, first slip is Senan Jones, and of course Matthew Brewster, number 8 there.
The Munster Cricket Union Premier Division season 2023 is underway here on Club Sportscast, and it's a dot ball outside the off stump.
Mind you, Rodders, it is week 2.
It is week 2, but on live on Club Sportscast TV, we are underway. It's Zubair Hassan Khan bowling right arm over to the right hand bat of Imran, and that was a dot ball outside the off stump. And we're away, Joe.
We're away. Good to be back, Rodders.
Very good to be back. Another exciting season awaits, no doubt. And County Kerry are underway. It's a wide ball outside the off stump. So the first runs of the day comes via an extra. It's interesting, Zubair Hassan Khan, we were talking to him prior to the game, has shortened his run up slightly.
He's looking for more accuracy, Rodders.
Swing and a miss from Imran. Well, I'm looking out there, Joe. They're still wearing whites. I don't think it's 2020 season yet, although you wouldn't think so with that stroke.
No, absolutely. More seen in Fenway Park.
Home of the Boston Red Sox. A change in field. The fine leg is brought to third man.
Beautiful ball there. Just missing the outside edge.
And it's interesting, Joe, both these sides will want to bounce back from their disappointment in week 1. Of course, Cork Harlequins making the long trip up to Leidigan, although made better by that motorway, which now goes all the way to Gort.
It's actually all the way up to into just near Leidigan now.
Near Leidigan, yeah.
Oh
just
God,
off
it's
the motorway.
amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
Straight into Galway City.
Down the leg side.
It's very noticeable already in the early part of the season, Rodders, how inconsistent the bowlers are. I look at a few scorecards around Munster. Yesterday, you could be talking up to 30, 40 wides. And like that's an extra 8 overs. It's incredible.
Into the body of Imran. Well played though, keeping it down. And Shivam, the wicketkeeper stroke captain for Cork Harlequins, falling to his left and stopping that ball from going for a leg bye. Lots of noise out there from Cork Harlequins, but these County Kerry batsmen won't be fazed by that. They never are, really.
Big hit.
Straight down the ground for the first boundary of the afternoon. Comes via of a straight blade from Imran. Much better stroke there, Joe.
Lovely looking stroke there, yeah. Always a good feeling to hit down past the bowler.
So nice looking stroke there from Imran. Notice the way there, Joe, he kept his shape better than earlier in the over and got good contact.
I would kind of half disagree with you, Rodders. His body kind of contorted. His head was heading towards Cork Airport, where his bat was, in fairness, heading straight. It could have easily gone somewhere else, but there you go. That's just a different eye.
Well,
but it's all about outcomes.
Well, if that's your analysis of that, you must say that that last delivery was heading towards Cork Airport as well. It was wide down leg side. Yeah. Good take from the wicketkeeper Shivam. 2 slips and a gully waiting. Back of a length delivery, uncomfortable there for Imran, hitting the top of his bat to bring to an end the first over of the day. It is 7 without loss after 1 over here in this MCU Premier Division matchup between Cork Harlequins and County Kerry. Both sides propping up the table at this point in time.
You can see out there now the County Kerry square leg umpire is Farouk Hassan. Hussein, sorry. 12th man for the day. Shout out to one of the spectators, Ralph, who's joined us today. All the way from Carrigaline, the young man, doing a lap with his dad.
It's worth noting that Ralph is a dog. One over done. And at the end of that over, County Kerry are 7 without loss. Alam Morshed to face up to his first delivery, talking to him before the game, is in good form and is looking forward to today's play. Moving the side screen there for the left arm over of the Leinster captain for Cork Harlequins, Senan Jones. He'll be bowling left arm over to the right hand bat of Alam Morshed. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, we had a great chat with Alam earlier on. We were talking about roadblocks in Clonmel. So quite an interesting conversation.
It's Senan to Alam. A suspicious look back at the landing area there from Senan. Maybe a bit of a slip in his bowling stride.
It has been quite wet here recently. I think all over the country. So even artificials can be quite wet with a run up. And then obviously that puts a bit of doubt in mind if you have a slip in the first ball, doesn't it, Rodders?
As a bowler, 100%. Yeah. Maybe you're less likely to run in as hard and less likely to land that front foot as intensely as maybe you want to. But it was a dot ball outside the off stump, that slip not affecting the accuracy of the delivery. Crashes into the pad, not much interest from the bowler. A ambitious appeal from behind the stumps, especially from the keeper. But in general, Joe, wicket keepers tend to get pretty excited, don't they?
They have to. They have to G up their players, especially in times of if they're behind or there are batsmen on top. They're the ones who have to be always vocal. A bit like you and me, really. Lovely shape to that ball there by Senan. Seems to reach for his shoulder there. Has he had a bit of a niggle up there, Rodders, you reckon?
I think most bowlers do have a niggle somewhere or of some form.
But that's a good excuse at times if you're being smashed around.
Or if you're spraying the ball left and right.
Yeah, I've heard.
Nicely played from Milan, but well fielded in the gully.
By Ryan.
Remember to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Club Sportscast TV. Of course, in 2 weeks' time to the day, we will be broadcasting the Irish Senior Cup first round matchup between Cork Harlequins and Marion CC from the Leinster Cricket Union. It will be a big challenge for Cork Harlequins. Again, another appeal, but the giveaway is that if the bowler doesn't appeal, then there's generally nothing going for it. Perhaps pitching outside the line of the leg stump was the reason there.
We have a bit of a weather report coming in now. There's a few chances of rain, Rodders, around 3 o'clock this afternoon. I think that'll be roughly the time when... So the big question is, will they have a hard copy of DLS or a soft copy of DLS?
Well,
it's all coming out today, Rodders.
Well, what we do know is that was a wide ball down the leg side. Been a few wides now from the Cork Harlequins bowlers. So although the Kerry batters haven't had much off the bat, they're being helped along by these wides. 4 so far. Well, looking to leave that delivery. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce there from Senin for the final delivery of that over. 2 done. County Kerry are 7 without loss. Only 1 run from that previous over, that wide down the leg side. So a good start for County Kerry, you would say, Joe. 4 runs and over.
Absolutely, that's what they want, just to steady the ship a bit. They should be looking for about 30-40 off the first 10. The first power play, rather. And then accelerate. Look for 6-7 and over, then nudge the ball around for the next 30 odd. And then if they have wickets in hand, try and go at 8s, 10s, T20 style towards the end. Build up to roughly around 250 to 280, 220 to 230 maybe. 250, 260, 270, 280.
A few of the Harlequins players getting an extra cardigan out there, so a bit chilly out there in the middle in a packed capacity crowd watching this game. It's Zubair to Imran.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's back of a length there. Imran perhaps not getting in line with that delivery, which is why he may have missed it.
He looked as though he was in 2 minds there, rather. I think he was attempting to play a cut shot while jumping in the air.
It's interesting, Joe, that a little bit of a stare there from Zubair to the opening batter of County Kerry.
I think he might have muttered strike 1 there.
It's interesting, no pitch up deliveries, not since he went back down the ground for 4. All back of a length deliveries, testing the middle part of the pitch from Zubair in the second over. In his second over, let's see what he's got for his remaining 4 deliveries. Pitched up off the inside edge. Played to square leg.
I think Zubair might have noticed that Imran is uncomfortable with a short pitch bowling. If I was him now, I'd be throwing in
the towel.
No. Throwing a slow one. That's well played off the hip there. Jack Buss out there recovering the ball.
And because of the 2 slips in a gully that Shivam has put in position, there is that space at mid-wicket. There's only a square leg and a mid-on in position. So plenty of space in that mid-wicket region. If they can get the ball in there, there's definitely a quick single. And with that, we'll very quickly go through the field. So 2 slips and a gully, which you can see. There's a backward point, a cover fielder, a mid-off, and then there's a third man on the boundary between the second slip and a gully. And which leaves only 2 fielders on the leg side, one of which fielded that ball, Jack Buss at square leg, and Mushtaq at mid-on. So attacking field.
Attacking
Joe.
field, but like Zubair should be a bit careful. The field is set up for bowling outside off. He seems to be bowling middle and leg. So this is where, as you rightly said, in the cover region,
that ball took off from a pitched up delivery. Shivam taking that ball head to shoulder height.
Few whoops.
Few whooplas there. End of the 3rd over, 9 without loss. Much better over there from Zubair, finding his radar. But it's interesting there, Joe. It's a field that bowler needs to pitch the ball outside the off stump.
That's right, Rodders. Rodders goes off and has a little giggle for himself. Senin starts the 2nd over with Imran facing him. Imran 5 off 10 balls with 1-4. Cracking for past Zubair Hassan Khan. Kerry will be happy with this start. No wickets in the first 3. That one shot off. They're looking for... The umpire, Archie, is looking to see whether it's... Oh, and Alam is talking to the umpire and telling him what to do. And that is deemed a no ball.
Well, what it should be is 1 for the over.
Correct.
1 short ball, 1 short pitch delivery for the over. So the question there is, did that ball go over the head of Imran? That's the question.
And was it a wide, therefore?
So, no, it hasn't been signalled a wide.
I don't think it has been signalled a wide, yeah.
That's good decision making.
By Archie, yeah. That's a...
Noise on the way through, sounded like pad. That's a good decision from the umpire. Sounded like pad. But just going back to that previous delivery, it's good to see that the decisions makers came together, that the decision was made in an amicable way, as opposed to people just losing the head.
I'll just
amicably, so that's good to see.
Apologies there, Rollers. I'll just jump right in there. Middleton are playing Cork County down at Middleton rugby pitch, and Cork County won the toss, selected to bowl, and bowling they have. Middleton are...
Well, fired down leg side from Senan Jones, signalled wide, but he's got his pace right up here as Senan. He's really getting through that action, and Imran being tested on the back foot here, most definitely. But just going back to that other match happening in the MCU Premier Division, Joe. Well, actually, we'll get back to that in a moment. It's Senan to Imran. It's short, it's in the air, and falls short of about 4, maybe 5 fielders who were running in. Imran looking to take on the shot, very brave of him. The ball rushed onto him, went straight in the air and fell in the gap.
I think the bowlers know at this stage they're going to start peppering him with the short ball.
But he's still out there. That goes down as a dot ball. So,
living dangerously though, Rodders.
Cork Harlequins knocking on the door. And well, it was always coming, the full delivery from Senan, the Yorker length delivery, well squeezed out from Imran though. He gets up the other end, the safety of the non-striker's end.
That was a very brave shot there by Imran, fair play to him. It was a rocket, wasn't it? Thrown in at the feet.
Well, it's a tactic used.
As you could hear, the wind is up. Our poor old gazebo is on its last legs. It took a battering there a couple of months ago while we were streaming the hockey match. Oh!
Senan beat a lamb for pace.
Indeed he did. Definitely the tactic here, Rodders, is short pitch bowling at the 2 batsmen.
4 overs done, 11 without loss.
Very brave from Alam. I think it didn't matter where he moved, he was always going to get hit. It just followed him a bit.
I think you're right, Joe. I think it's clear that these 2 players won't be tested on the front foot anytime soon.
Not at all.
But just going back to the other game, Joel, though this game is getting very exciting now. Actually, we'll come back to that. Keep putting it off. Lots of oohs and ahs. No liquor varnish from the bat, though. And a dot ball.
That the corridor of uncertainty there, was it?
Corridor of uncertainty,
that's right, yeah.
But let Cork County in recent memory have owned this Middleton team. Going back through the years, whether it be in the town parks in Middleton or in the Mardyke. So Cork County odds-on favourite to win that game, but Middleton will be, as that's Well defended from Imran. He'll feel good about that.
And as we speak here, there's another wicket down. Byron now has 3. Faraz, Urayman, Jose George, Smith, Magic Khan, all gone to the bowling of Byron McDonough. All bowled as well. Must be pitching it up today. Looking for the guys to drive.
Meanwhile, back in Farmers Cross, Zubair will have to go back to the end of his run-up for that one. But we'll keep an eye on that County Middleton match, and as we said, Cork County have been dominant in that fixture, so we'll keep a close eye on it. Well left outside the off stump. Few wides early on from Cork Harlequins, but they're after getting their radar right now. And I think the County Kerry batsmen, their attitude is their mindset has perhaps shifted from an attacking one to a let's battle out this tough period.
Let's see off the opening bowlers, I think. They've plenty of batsmen, big hitters to come. That's well in the air. Adam Hickey under it. Oh, falls into no man's land, but well picked up there by the young man.
Well, just as I say, that they've gone into a more defensive mindset. Imran chasing that delivery outside the off stump. And it looped over backward point. No real chance for the fielder at backward point, Adam Hickey.
Just shows, Rathers, we haven't a clue what we're talking about.
No truer word has been spoken today.
We can't decipher what's in these players' minds. Seasons here at Cork Harlequins back in the day.
Long time ago.
9-10 years ago. I think he played in that. The last home game in an Irish Cup match against Fox Lodge. Played in that match. Had a good celebration afterwards.
Fox Lodge of the Northwest Cricket Union, if you're listening in.
Nice people up there.
Lovely people.
Yeah. Bit high. Good.
Yeah. Looked very high.
Yeah.
Looked very high.
Actually, it looked as though it hit his bat first.
Not much going for it.
No.
And that's 5 overs gone. It is 12 without loss. So although Cork Harlequins have been challenging these two batters, Joe, have kept them out really well.
They have. Alam, I think, is a bit more composed, much more suited to the one-day game. Although he hasn't scored anything so far. He's just seen off the new ball. Imran has been the more aggressive player. But it's the risk-reward with him. Then entering his third over now. Just 3 runs off his two overs so far and a couple of wides. Don't think he's been hit for a single yet, Rodgers.
Not yet.
The only thing that he's hit is the helmet of Alam Moorshed in the last over.
Well pulled away. And a single will be taken to fine leg. So good shot there from Imran as the bowler hit the deck in his delivery stride.
Sending kind of straightened up a little bit too much there, which went down on leg stump, and Imran was able to easily guide that off his hip.
And again, another bumper. And that will be 1 for the over, is the call from the square leg umpire. Alam played that extremely well, kept his eye on it, got out of the way.
I think Senan thought there was a call for a no ball.
And just as we say that, there is a field change. There's no mid-off fielder. Quinn's attacking. Nicely played.
This might be coming all the way down to us, Rodders. And it is. And pops over the boundary rope. Straight into the net.
Beautiful looking shot there from Alam. Played that ball through kind of a wide mid-on, mid-wicket region. Beat the fielder and 4 runs. His first boundary.
He'll be delighted to get off the mark with that boundary. Always nice to get yourself settled. So 4 off 14 for Alam. Good comeback there by Senan Jones. There's a bit of heavy rain around 6 o'clock, Rodders.
Is it 6 o'clock?
100% there'll be Duckworth Lewis involved here today.
The behind the staff team.
Oh, it looks like we're in the MCG. There's a bits of paper floating around the... And again, another beautiful looking shot there by Alam. And this too will pop over the boundary rope. The Kerry team appreciate that.
Lovely looking stroke, wasn't it?
Beautiful. Shot of the day.
Pitched up from Senan. And again, anything that's been pitched up has been met with a full face of the bat from both batters, both from Imran and Alam. So, and it's interesting, Joe, it raced away across this outfield, so an indicator for the rest of the Kerry team that proper strokes along the deck will get you runs. And, well, Senan wasn't too happy with those 2 boundaries hit off him. He goes back of a length. Again, well kept out from Alam. 6 overs done, 21 without loss, and as much of as Quins have knocked on the door, they haven't been let through, and it's a good start for County Kerry, 21 without loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Alam was lucky there, hit him right in the stomach. He's a big man, can take it. Well defended there by Imran. Got behind the ball. And the stumps. Sorry, Archie was picking up a few bits of the grass, I would imagine. Doing a bit of gardening himself. And defended again. Third successive dot ball by Zubair. Getting into his stride now. That's a nice looking shot there by Imran. And yes, that'll go for another boundary. Oh no! I thought it was going, and it's not going. She'll get 2 for that. Imran admired his shot. Didn't wait for it to go over the boundary, just sat there. Alam having a few words with him.
Yeah.
Should have been 3.
Yeah, I think that's careless from County Kerry. They've been doing very well today, but that's their first bit of really careless cricket.
Again, Zubair is straying from middle and leg into the arc of Imran. That's a bit better line there by Zubair.
Well, as the phrase goes, Joe, you keep playing until the umpire signals. If the umpire doesn't signal, you're still playing. And I think
those are words of wisdom there by Rodders that you can bring into life as well. And a better line again there by Zubair to finish off the over. Just 2 off it there. County Kerry moved to 23 for the loss of no wicket off 7 overs. Rollers.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So a really good start here from County Kerry in what are challenging conditions, always are challenging conditions in kind of late April, early May. The reason they are challenging is because the weather isn't quite dry. There's been a bit of rain about, and that rain kind of cloud cover really helps the bowling side, doesn't it, Joe?
Yes, indeed. Early start. Swings around, especially when there's a bit of wind up here. And heavy cloud is a bit humid.
It is a bit humid, and what that does is that helps the bowler with what we call swing bowling. And, well, we're just about to start the next over, but there are people moving behind the bowler's arm. So it's bowler-friendly conditions, which is making Kerry's job, as that's left outside the off stump. Well left there from Alam. But it really does amplify how well County Kerry are doing in what are bowler-friendly conditions.
You can see how much swing there is too, Rodders, because if you look at Shivam, he has to take 3-4 steps to his left to take the ball from Senan. So it's nearly bending like a banana once it passes the stump.
And of course Shivam is the wicketkeeper, the guy with the gloves back there. And that's a wide ball outside the off stump. A wide ball is a delivery that is so wide from the batter that they can't play an orthodox cricket stroke to it. Hence it's given a wide ball, an extra delivery for the bowler to bowl, and an extra run added to the total. Of course, be sure to like and subscribe. Was there an edge? Not this time. Off the pad, down the leg side. Lots of oohs and ahs, but I think a good decision there from Archie. That ball clipping the pad on the way through. Although one or two of the Cork Harlequins fielders were a bit more sure than others. And a few fielders there signalling that it came off the hip of Alam. So a good distance.
He's a coat hanger.
It's like when you go into the nightclub and you pay €2 to get your...
It was.
For the cloakroom.
Yeah, the cloakroom ticket. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was a wide. I have to go back.
Do you remember those cloakrooms, Joe?
Of course I do, man.
Been a long time since we've been out. Our clubbing days are over, I would think. Dot ball outside the off stump.
I think the pandemic kind of ended all that for a lot of people. I was talking to a guy the other day, and he was saying to me that not many of his friends go out anymore, you know, and that's since the pandemic. A lot of people have decided, no, we're staying at home, which is kind of killing the pub trade.
Back of a length delivery, all eyes to the square leg umpire.
I'd be brutally honest with you, that looked like a wide to me. Looked like it bounced over his head.
It was close. It was close.
It's the one for the over. I must commend Archie as well. He's grown into his role as an umpire over the last few seasons since he got his exams. He's become more confident in his decision making, Rodders.
On a fifth stump line there from Senan outside the off stump. Again, well left. Good discipline there from Alam. not wanting to get involved in those type of deliveries which could get him in trouble. But yeah, absolutely, Joe, the umpire, I think it's a testament that he's been handed the responsibility of umpiring both ends in a fixture like this.
I must also say that today a new umpire came on board there for the MCU, and he's the president of Munster Cricket, Mr. Jack Feline. He's umpiring his first game today, and it's a Premier game down in Middleton. So good luck to Jacko, Mr. El Presidente. And speaking of that game, Middleton have settled the ship and now we're 42 for 4. Christian Lobersham is 13 not out, and the captain Zuhair is 9 not out. 9 not out. So they're starting to rebuild a bit down in Middleton.
A message to anyone who's strapping on the pads to head out to bat in the town parks: don't let it hit your pad.
That's harsh. He may be a gunslinger though, Mr. Feline. You're out. I'd love to test or see how fast an umpire, do you know, with a watch, how fast they raise
stop
the
clock.
Stop clock, yeah, to raise the finger.
It's like hang time in a rugby game.
I've seen umpires before the ball has hit the pad raising the finger up.
Have you ever done that, Joe?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
No, I've seen a few. I won't mention the name where once I got out and the ball had just barely hit my pad and I was triggered. Mr. Liam Hale, I don't forget these things.
And with that, a change of bowling from the City end of the ground. It's going to be Matt Brewster, first change bowler. So a good spell from Zubair Hassan Khan. We'll get his figures there in a moment. But a dot ball to start off with from Matt Brewster. He's been captain of Cork Harlequins the previous 2 seasons. That captaincy has been taken off him, which means his hair won't go as grey so quick.
Interesting, Rodders. Matt is. I haven't seen Matt bowl before from the City end. Always from the clubhouse end. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here.
Again, employing the same tactic, not wanting to pitch that ball up and the batter's half of the pitch. So that back of a length delivery seems to be the tactic for Cork Harlequins.
That's well played.
But that's the danger, that if you do pitch it short, you do give the batter an opportunity to play a cross-batted stroke. That is 4 over deep backward square from Imran. His second boundary, and it's a really, really lovely stroke, Joe.
It was, but again, it's played in his arc. And he'll naturally hit you there if it strays down leg.
Today it was a biggie too, into the car park. So again, that ball was hit into the leg side. It's called the left-hand side of your screen is the leg side. And again, sliding into that leg stump. And Imran helping it on its way. Now all eyes turn to, did that hit a car?
I think that, well, you never know.
I don't think it did. I think there would have been a bit more of a ooh reaction if it did.
One of the best ones I've seen, Rodders, was, and we mentioned the match earlier on, was in the Fox Lodge match, Irish Senior Cup.
I've heard this story before.
Yeah, and Rue Jones was bowling. Smashed. The ball was smashed. Straight into his father's car. Into the windscreen.
And a white ball outside the off stump. And
Brewster overcompensating there.
He's not happy with the decision, but the decision is final from Archie. As you said again, Joe, the umpire's decision is final, and Archie has become very competent, and it's his way or the highway, and that's the way it should be.
You'll be right there, Rodders.
We're really hoping in Munster cricket that we can develop the same level of respect to the umpire. 6 without loss. A really good start from these two. They battled through a very tough period. Right at the top end of the innings, being challenged with that back of a length delivery. But they've battled through that tough period. And it is now 36 without loss.
And a big shout out and thank you to Trisha Buss, who have just delivered some cups of tea to us. Champagne is next, she says. Thank you very much. I was going to say caviar, but I don't think I could eat it. St. Jones continues, and they're looking for a quick single.
Well, that was unfortunate. A good stroke there, perhaps just missed time from Alam, and the mid-wicket fielder went to his left to field it. However, St. Jones went for the dive to his right, palmed it subsequently away from where the fielder was originally standing and allowing Alam to get off the mark. Good running there between Alam and Imran to come through for the single.
Kerry are slowly but surely
beaten for pace yet again. It's happened on multiple occasions. Both batters have been beaten for pace. And that's one for the over.
Both players, I was going to say, are growing into their innings, and it's a good start for them. We mentioned earlier on they're happy with 40 off 10, and that's what they're looking to get at the moment.
Well, that's what you said at the start, wasn't it? And they're right on target to do that.
Mystic Meg.
Yes, indeed. Both players growing into
confidence
into this contest.
Yeah.
And it is a really good contest. It's actually been great to watch. 2 feet, even a long leg down there.
And it's good to see that both players, they're different types of players. Alam is more watchful.
And yet again, carbon copy. I think that was on the display, Joe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was
it's like an action replay.
It was on the camera. That, again, the mid-wicket fielder correctly going to his left. But yet again, St. Jones palming it to where he was originally standing. And again, good heads-up running.
You can see Alam is targeting that leg side. Good thinking.
Off the inside half of the bat from Imran.
Yeah.
Again, a little bit late on that shot. Not too sure, was he trying to attack it or trying to defend it, but he gets off strike, which is the main thing for him. And strike now being rotated. 1 delivery to go in this 10th over. County Kerry have reached that 40-run mark, which signals a great start for them. 1 to come from Senan, Alam on strike. Finds the outside edge, a despairing dive from Gully, cleaned up by the third man fielder. That was Duan with his rim cap, a single taken. And that brings to an end the 10th over, which means the first power play is done. County Kerry 41 runs for the loss of no wickets. So the openers who walked out 50 minutes ago are still there.
Yeah, Alam on 11 off 27 balls with a strike rate of...
Type structure still creaking above us, but still holding firm. For how long that continues, we will not know. It's Matt Brewster to continue from the city end of the ground. And, well, it's almost as though the Kerry batters are expecting that back of a length delivery to come down, Joe.
I agree. I think Alam definitely was ready to pull that ball, but it didn't come up as high as he thought it would. Meanwhile, over in Middleton CC first are 49 for 4 off 12 against Cork County. Oh, well beaten.
And this good start has been represented in the field, set by Cork Harlequins. A second slip and the gully have disappeared. So there is one slip, I suppose a short extra cover. So the short extra cover there is just out of shot there. It's Devin Joyce, I think.
Doesn't look. Is there anyone outside the ring?
Just the third man.
Just the third man, that's right. That's a straying down leg, but I think Alam was looking to push that round the corner.
And now there are 3 men on the leg side. That's the left-hand side of your screen. There is a square leg, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket. So that position has now been filled. Played into the leg side. Straight to the square leg fielder, Jack Buss, who fields it. And no run taken. Of course, you're very welcome along to this Club Sportscast TV live stream. And it's a no ball.
Is it?
So a no ball. So
missed that one.
A free hit. Well, I just seen.
Did he
wave his hand in the air like a rodeo cowboy or something? And that will be a wide ball. So you could see Alam advancing down the track. Matt pushing it wide of the off stump, too wide of the off stump for a wide. So good thinking there from Alam for the free hit. As County Kerry sees the initiative, a free hit. Whacked down the ground.
Boom, boom.
For a 2-bounce 4. And the County Kerry faithful enjoyed that one. Good, even a chance started there. Good opportunity for Alam to open his shoulders. Didn't matter if he got bowled because that was a free hit for the front foot no ball from Matt Brewster. Something that's kind of followed him around in his career.
The front foot no ball?
For Matt?
Yeah, it has, yeah. He won't be happy with his start. But then again, it's his first game of the season. So a bit of rust.
And a good reply. Back outside the off stump. But with Imran on 22, Alam on 15. Signals a good start for the Kingdom. Of course, it was well, actually, that's the end of the over. 11 overs done, 47 for the loss of no wicket. And
will there be a change of bowling? No, I don't. Senan will motor on and...
Again, something we've seen last season from Cork Harlequins, a bit like the opening bowler for Cork County, Byron McDonough. They tend to bowl long spells. And a spell is the amount of consecutive overs a bowler bowls from the one end. And Senan has now bowled 5 overs and he's just about to start his 6th. And a dot ball outside the off stump. It's Imran on strike. So
great energy there by Senan, keeping it going.
Really impressive from County Kerry so far. Being very disciplined. And that's a short delivery straight to square leg.
Commentator's curse.
And that is the first dismissal of the afternoon. Imran, who has looked a bit indifferent with that short pitch delivery. Some he pulled away for a boundary very successfully. Others he kind of was beaten for pace. And I think that's what happened there pull the ball straight to square leg. It was Jack Buss who was the fielder who caught it. And Senin in his 6th over picks up his first wicket. Imran goes for 22.
Well done to Imran. Again, we did say risk and reward. And this time, unfortunately for Imran, he has to go. But a good take by Jack Buss, straight down his throat. And you must say that I think Senin deserves that wicket. He's tried all sorts today to break the deadlock, and this time he does.
So, first breakthrough then. Caught Jack Buss at square leg, bowled by Senin Jones, the opening bowler. So just had confirmation there. So the first wicket has fallen with 47 runs on the board. And it's now Awe, who's the new batter, batting number 3 for County Kerry, keeps his first delivery out successfully.
Awe, of course, played for Cork Harlequins in the Leinster Championship last year. And due to new rules in Leinster, Munster players cannot play for Leinster clubs in Leinster, apart from those teams that are participating in the Leinster League. Oh!
Was there a bit of bat involved?
Yes, there was.
Yes, there was. I thought so, that there was a bit of wood on the way through. It went between the wicketkeeper and the first slip. The first slip fielder stands next to the wicketkeeper. That was Matt Brewster at first. And a life for Awe.
Massive opportunity there. It may have flicked Shivam's gloves on the way. Looks like that.
He looked like
He'll be unhappy.
He looked like Liverpool goalie Kevin Kelleher there, trying to save the ball going into the top corner.
Jones throws his hands in the air, knowing the second wicket was on offer.
And on target again. Well kept out from Awe. So that was a boundary from Awe. Will go down a boundary in the books. And I'm a little bit surprised, though, that the Kerry fielders didn't shout out, well placed.
Yeah. Whoa.
So Awe again facing up to Senin. A swoosh and a miss outside the off stump, and a peel from the court. Difficult to see or hear it, but there's not much protest from the Cork Harlequins bowler or fielder for that, so clearly missed that ball, did Awe. He survives. It's 51 for the loss of 1 wicket, 12 overs done. Opening batter Alam is on.
Alam's on 15 off 34 balls.
And Awe is 4 off 4. Going to be Matt Brewster to continue from the city end of the ground. You can see at the top of your display there is kind of the Grange area, where not too far from the airport. So if you're catching a flight or flying back into Cork Airport, be sure to pop up to the ground. Watch a bit of a high quality cricket so far, Joe. 51 for 1.
Meanwhile, Rodders over in Middleton. Middleton have moved to 59 for 4 off 15. Christian Laubershire, 23 off 34. And Zuhair is on 15. They've brought on the spinners with Siddiqui into his 3rd over, and Ishan O'Sullivan, who's bowled 1, and the Cork County Pro Stefano has bowled 4 overs with 1 maiden, none for 14. Meanwhile, back of the match, dot ball there for Brewster as Alam tried to attempt a cut shot. And another no ball. Double teapot for Brewster. Foot stepped over the line again. And a replay of the last no ball, where a wide straight after the no ball. So in the last time we had this scenario, Alam hit it straight 4. Let's see what he can do here now. Fairness, he punches anything on middling leg. This is a bit shorter. Hit into the air, didn't get hold of it. He tries to attempt to kick the invisible ball. Knows he's missed out, hasn't cashed in on that ball there. Brewster gets away with it. So 3 balls to come. This time is there an edge? Yes, there is. A fantastic catch there by Senan Jones. In slips. High up over his head. He had to take a leap. Fantastic catch, and unfortunately for Alan, he has to go.
Yeah, it was the pitched up delivery from Matt. I think Alan will be disappointed with that. He was looking to hit that ball into the next field. Not too sure he needed to do it. He was going along nicely.
He was trying to drive that. It's a lovely catch there by Senan Jones. And Alam goes into the change room, punching the wall in frustration.
Yeah, Alam was looking to hit that a long way. He got the outside edge. A good take from Senan above his head. And out next, is Chasm batting 4 for County Kerry. A bit of a mini wobble here for the Kingdom side. So they'll be looking to regroup. It's 53 for 2. So that last wicket falling on 53 runs. Alam caught by Senan Jones, bowled by Matt Brewster at the first slip position. So it was good you actually got to see the catch there. You didn't get to see the catch the previous wicket, but you got to see that one. And if you want to re-watch it, be sure to double tap the left hand side of your screen to go back to that dismissal.
I'm really disappointed in Alan, because he had done all the hard work and just, I could call it a brain fart, and unfortunately for a batsman, one mistake and you're out.
That's the thing with bowlers. You can take a break from bowling and then come back later on in the day, but well, that's a long way down leg side.
5 wide.
Will be 5 wide, so 1 for the wide, and that ball raced away to the boundary. So that is 4. So 4 plus 1 is 5 wides. Not what Matt Brewster was looking for. A bit of a bonus there for County Kerry, but also good for Chasm. Of course, Chasm gets to have a sighter at one. Gets to look at one fly harmlessly by. He can let it go, play no stroke, and will go for runs. And he gets an extra delivery to play. Just like that, it's a top edge. Fielder comes in, a brilliant effort coming forward from the third man fielder. That was so Connor, brilliant effort from him. Chasm, it was a short delivery outside the off stump, flew off the top edge, and a brilliant effort diving forward. Managed to stop the 4 as well, and a single taken. That will bring Awe back on strike. Awe Sagar. That's short and it's pulled away for a 1 bounce 4. Lovely looking stroke there from Awe. That finishes off the 13th over. It is 63 for the loss of 2 wickets. We'll just double check the score there to make sure that that is right. But that is what we think it is. So it's 63 for 2. Boundary off the last ball from Awe. His second boundary, he moves on to 8. Kaz is on 1. And there will be a change of bowling. Senin's spell is finished. 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 23. And now it is going to be Adam Hickey to bowl from the clubhouse end of the ground. The first sign of spin from Cork Harlequins, and of course this is the second power play, which means that 4 fielders can disappear outside the 30-yard circle, and we'll tell you them in a minute. A slip in place.
Drifts down leg. First ball into the pads.
So there is a deep cover. That's off to the left-hand side of your screen. There's a long on, which is to the right-hand side of your screen, and a deep mid-wicket as well. So 3 men outside the ring, 1 slip and a ring field. Played into the ground just over the top of extra cover. And Kaz will get off strike, number 29.
I'm surprised there's no cow.
A deep square, kind of halfway between both. So it'll be interesting to see how the Kerry batters will treat the spin bowler. Played into the leg side from Awe. Picked up by the mid-wicket fielder with the rim cap. That's Dewan. So kind of lots of action there, Joe. We had the
last over had everything.
A nick to slip. And that's down the ground.
Nice looking shot there.
And a good return from the long-on fielder.
It's easy to distinguish between the two lads, given that Awe has pink gloves. More of a T20 gloves.
Yeah, very flamboyant, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice looking. Swing and a miss.
Well, looked like Kazim's eyes were bigger than his bat there. He saw the ball tossed up outside the off stump. He gave it socks and he didn't get anything on it.
There's an appeal for LBW. May have been drifting down leg.
2 runs from the over, 65 for 2, 14 overs done. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Tidy over there by Adam Hickey. His first of the year. He didn't play last week. A lot of these players are doing exams at the moment. Different stages in life, Rodders. 1 year they were doing the junior cert. A few years later they're leaving. This group has been together a long time.
Of course, would have been the intercert.
Well, that's back in my day.
Yeah, the intercert. Remember that?
Do you? 30, it changed about, when was it, what age am I?
That way.
Is it?
Yeah.
I would have preferred it. I wasn't great at
Well, it all
doing the exams.
It all hinged on the final exam. They're trying to go away from that as much as they can.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the change of bowling from the city end with Mushtaq Martin coming in. It's been a long time since Mushy played for Cork Harlequins ones, and it's great to see him back. So dot ball to start his over. Facing Awe. on the money there from Mushtaq. Another dot ball. Meanwhile in Middleton have moved to 73 for 4 off 18 overs in the other Premier League game today. The third one was rained off earlier on up in Galway. Awe lent back there. I think again in two minds. Mushtaq bowls at an awkward length. Puts everything into his bowling. Bit of wind coming up now. Archie fixes the bails on at the non-striker's end. Mushy runs in. This time he takes a bit of pace off, and that goes straight into the keeper's gloves. It's a good start so far from Mushy. No run off it. Off 5 balls. Be looking to get a maiden. Flicks that around the corner. This might go all the way. Oh, and he puts his hand in the head, but a nice looking shot there by Awe. Straight down leg. Apologies. 5 wides. Sorry, I thought he had hit it. Apologies, everyone. Doing 2 things at once at the moment. So I'll have to replay that ball just as I... And that's a much better line. That was the end of the over. So just 5 wides off that. He'll be disappointed. And County Kerry moved to 70 for 2 off 15 overs. So Adam Hickey will come out and he will bowl his second over wearing shirt number 66. That's well picked up there by Ryan Joyce.
And we're back.
Well, Rollers is back.
Sorry about that.
That's moves onto the pad. Kazim looking to play that around the corner. A bit of pace, taking the pace off there by Adam Hickey.
I think it's a bit of a giveaway when the keeper moves down leg side.
Of course it is. This time he tries to pull that one, but I don't think it had the height for a pull shot.
Yeah, they're trying to be aggressive against the spinner.
Yeah, which is always the tactic, of course.
But Adam trying to counteract that, trying to bowl flat, trying to bowl a couple above the eye line. That delivery is flat, played into the leg side. Yeah. And
well fielded by Zubair Hassan Khan. Just a single picked up there. Interesting rodders. They haven't used their feet coming down the track to the spinner. I know a lot of people would have, during the winter, in winter nets around the country, would have been taught about coming down the ground to the spinner and looking to hit over the top. And we can't see from here, I'll find out in a bit, but how much is the ball turning for Adam at this early start to the season? Especially when it's not on grass, you know, when it's on an artificial, sometimes you don't get much turn.
remains to be seen. It's 72 for 2, 16 overs done. Currently, the batters are Kazim Butt, number 29. He is on 3 off 10 with no boundaries, and he is kept company out there by Awe Sagar, 10 off 15 with 2 boundaries. The bowlers are Adam Hickey from this clubhouse end, has bowled 2 overs for 4 runs, no wickets, no maidens. And from the clubhouse end of the ground, it is Mushtaq Mardin. He's bowled 1 over for 5 runs. Again, these scores are unofficial. We'll just double check to make sure our scores match with the NV play team, which are over to our left hand side. We're being heckled here as Mushtaq runs in for his 2nd over, and that's all he'll be looking to do. Medium pace, keep her up to the stumps.
Top of off.
Yeah. They say it's not about how fast you bowl, it's about how accurate you bowl. And that's what Mushtaq will be looking to do, his reintroduction to the first team.
That's cut away nicely by Awe.
And a good recovery job being done here. Partnership of 20 odd, definitely. It's 73 for 2. Played into the leg side, quick single.
There might be overthrows here.
Buzzers.
No. It's great backing up there by Devon Joyce.
It was Jack Buss with the original throw from square leg. A bit wide of the stumps, but it was backed by Devon Joyce, and the batters only took 1 run.
It would be interesting to see the percentage of balls that they've scored so far off the legs. Rather, I would assume that it's up into the 60% of the balls. Anything that strays down leg, in fairness to Kerry, they're capitalising on.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's a very good point. We've seen from the predominantly offside field set that the plan isn't to drift onto the pads or to bowl more offside than leg side, as that single has been taken by Awe, pushed down the ground to mid-off. The fielder down there is Connor.
A bit more of a fuller ball there by Mushtaq. And that was a lovely looking stroke actually by Awe. It's nice and fluid.
Yeah, much better. I think when these Kerry batsmen, including the 2 openers, when they keep their shape, when they play the ball with their head over it, that they're fine strikers of a ball, and they just need to keep on exercising that, keep doing the same things that works well, not to go outside that.
Yeah.
When they stick to the basics, they tend to get reward. It's when they start to
push it.
It's when they start
try
to
and push
lose
the
their
scoring.
shape.
Correct, yeah.
That's when
and because the boundary, in fairness, is in a lot at the moment, and especially down by the clubhouse end, because the sight screen has taken off at least 2-3 metres.
Oh, at least 3.
At least 3 metres. That's a pull into the air. Into cow corner, where I said there should have been a fielder, but no one listens to me. There's a great throw in by Devon Joyce.
So that ball did not go to the boundary, it plugged. That means that the ball, it pitched, kind of if you're into your golf, the ball plugs, which means it doesn't run on, it stays where it is, and 2 runs taken. So Adam will be looking to pitch that ball up, seeing if there's any spin on offer. That's floated up.
Swept away.
Big chase out there. It's Devon
Might go
Joyce.
all the way. And there it goes, all the way. Beautiful looking shot there by Awe.
Well, that's a lovely stroke there from from Awe. Yeah, it was Awe. The ball spinning into the pad. A good option, the sweep stroke with the ball turning into him. So you can see these Kerry batters talking to each other, looking at where the scoring options are.
Of course, Awe plays for the Munster Heat.
Yeah.
And a very good player he is. You can see in the distance another flight coming into Cork Airport. It's got pretty busy over the last couple of months and years since kind of the pandemic.
Well, a couple of new routes opening this summer as well. One is to East Midlands, which is Nottingham.
And Bristol.
Bristol, yeah.
I think I might be going there in a couple of months' time. A few days. Over to Newport in Wales.
And also as well Dubrovnik, which is Croatia.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. That's a holiday destination.
There's a holiday destination for you.
It's the end of the over. 6 off it. 81 for 2. Have you been anywhere outside of the country recently, Rodders?
No.
No,
I have
not. The last time I was outside the country was down to south of Spain.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Did you get a nice tan?
No.
Ah.
I burn. Burn, baby, burn.
Disco Inferno.
Absolutely.
It's 81 for 2, 18 overs gone. Everyone's getting jealous now talking about holidays. Of course, the summertime is...
when the living is easy.
Well, I suppose now is a good time to go if you want to. All the communions are happening, so not much demands for seats.
No.
A month's time, the demand is going to skyrocket. Yeah. As the leaning tower of Gazebo is creaking away there in the background. It's doing its job, though. As Joe referenced earlier, got a bit of a hammering there a couple of months ago. As Mushtaq continues, drifts onto the pad. And it's Jack Buss. Feeling it square leg. Sweeps round to his right-hand side. Feels the ball, throws it back into the captain, Shivam, who has something to think about, Joe. This partnership is starting to grow.
Yeah. Again, he has to put his faith and trust into the bowlers. But if they keep straying down leg, he may want to put in a 45 maybe. Just to put the pressure on the batsman, because it's an easy shot for them to take a single. That's well struck there by Awe. Out to Devon Joyce. Straight into the gloves of Shivam Kizle for a single. Kerry are easily rotating the strike now at this stage.
And it's what they'll be looking to do at this phase of the innings.
Swing and a miss.
The baseball season has started stateside.
That was in February or March, wasn't it?
No, spring training is in February and March.
I thought they started in March.
I'm going to go April.
We'll have to look that one up.
Jury's still out on that one.
Viewers, you can help me out here. Bet you it's March.
Be sure to, if you want to comment,
get into the chat there.
Comment on when the baseball season started in stateside, or more importantly, this match, and of course, Cork County and Middleton. You can use that comment box there. You can post away. And while you're at it, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Like, share, and subscribe.
At Club Sportscast TV, of course. In 2 weeks' time, we will be broadcasting Cork Harlequins versus Merrion CC from the Leinster Cricket Union in the first round of the Clear Currency Irish Senior Cup. It's 19 overs gone here, though. It's 83 for the loss of 2 wickets. Looks like Adam is going to continue. Adam, of course, a capped list A player now coming into this 2023 season. Had his debut down below in the Mardyke against the Northwest. I always get confused. I think it's the Northwest.
I think the Warriors,
yeah, I think it's the Northwest. Of course, this County Kerry side just short of first slip.
Didn't carry, I don't think.
Yeah, it didn't carry. So when we mean just short, it The ball didn't quite go straight to hand. It just bounced in front of the first slip fielder. That was Senan Jones. So that fifth stump line, that attacking line from Adam Hickey, drawing a false stroke there from Awe, who pushed forward, found the outside edge, just didn't go to hand.
More of a floater this time. He's kind of 2-3 variations. Adam, the straight attacking one, the floater.
And I think as long as these two Kerry batters are playing from the crease, Adam Hickey will be pretty happy with that. And just as we say it, a fraction short and a one bounce four over the top of 45's head. And, well, they're fine margins, aren't they, Joe?
Absolutely. Again, that middle and leg. You keep talking about that. The bowlers need to be more disciplined.
Absolutely. It kind of, all the good deliveries that Adam bowls are being cancelled out by those deliveries drifting onto the pads.
Yeah. Much better ball there. Awe had to move his feet. Half prodded at that. Another dot ball.
Good battle here.
Interesting.
It's been a very good game to watch.
Yeah.
A really high quality game of cricket. Of course, the MCU Premier Division. Hopefully the players that you are seeing at the moment, they'll graduate into the Heat team and then onto the Reds team. That's the hope anyway, as that ball is driven to extra cover where Devon Joyce is there. A boundary off that over from Adam Hickey. 20 overs done, 87 for the loss of 2 wickets. County Kerry ticking along on the artificial surface here in Farmers Cross, Joe.
Meanwhile, one over remaining in the match, the Premier match down in Littleton before drinks, and it's Middleton CC 83 for 4. A great recovery there from Middleton, and Christian Laubershire has moved to 34 with 3 boundaries, and Zuhair Shah has 25 off 60 balls, 2 fours and a 6. And Cork County have now used 7 bowlers, which is quite interesting, Rodders. 7 bowlers in the first 20 odd overs. Mixing it up here. I think Cork County know that this is the partnership to break, so they're mixing up their bowlers. More reminiscent to the opening spell of a T20, where you kind of mix up your bowlers in the first power play.
Much different tactic being adopted here by Cork Harlequins, but bowlers having long spells. 5 bowlers used so far today, as that ball is cut out by Kaz. Kaz for short, of course. His full name is Chasm, yeah. Again, these
Chasm's
two
been around a long time in Munster.
Yeah.
He played for UCC and Cork County and
been there, done that.
Yeah,
worn the t-shirt.
Heaps of experience.
And few people now have braved the climate, the tundra climate of Cork Harlequins. Few people around.
That's hit into the air, but into no man's land. Edge off the bat there. Line that he would normally bowl. Outside off is where Mushtaq is finding a bit of purchase, and he's just looking for that little nibble.
The sweep is back out from Awe, and it's the same result. 4 runs over a deep backward square, and with that ball spinning into the right-hand bat, all Awe needs to do is help it on its way when he's down on one knee. A brilliant stroke there, Joe. A good option.
Lovely looking stroke there. He's given the bowlers some thought. Double teapot there for Hickey. He has to think now, what is the line am I going to bowl to him? What is the length am I going to bowl to him? That's a bit better there. Just beats the defender Dawan.
Well, it was wonderfully bowled, wasn't it? It was flighted above the eye line of the batter, and he was through his stroke too early, but very well done by Awe. Although he was beaten in the flight, he still got bat and ball and didn't go through with the stroke early and beat the mid-wicket fielder.
Do you feel sometimes when you're batting against spin and they float one up that the helmet is a bit of a hindrance? That's flicked off again.
They'll be pushing for 2. Well, actually, no, they won't. Devon Joyce out there. Throw over the top.
In fairness, they don't need to push for 2 now because they've got the boundary in the first ball.
It does change the mindset, scoring the runs early on in the over as a few more people flood into the ground. Nice to see. And of course, as that ball is played into square leg where Zubair Hassan Khan fields. And of course, if you're at the Jameson Experience Distillery down in Middleton and you've got time to kill, be sure to drop up to the town parks in Middleton between Cork County and Middleton Cricket Club.
I'll give you an update there now in a minute. We have a breakthrough for Cork County.
As that's a wide ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, Rodders, breakthrough. They've brought on their 7th bowler and he's made the difference. Ayush Dubey has broken the deadlock. Christian Laubershire is out. LBW for 34. 2 bowls just before drinks. Jack Feline has raised his finger. It's over the eye line. Very well bowled.
And a dot ball to finish, 96 for 2. Off 22 overs, so County Kerry, as they normally do at this ground, are playing very well. I can't actually remember County Kerry not doing well here, to be honest.
I agree. Middleton now are 84 for 5 off 24.4, and I think they've taken drinks with the fall of the last wicket as the scoreboard hasn't moved on. So Cork County will be hoping to race through the rest of the batsmen.
As Cork Harlequins look for the breakthrough. Doesn't look like it's coming so far as Kazim plays that. Takes it off middle stump, I would say, into the leg side where it's fielded by Ryan Joyce. So good there from Kaz. Good from these two. They just have to remain disciplined and pick off the bad delivery. And it's a good takedown leg side from Shivam, but an extra run to the total for County Kerry. A wide ball from Mushtaq.
I wonder if Mushy is getting a bit tired now. It's 2 balls a straight down leg.
Nicely bowled there from Mushtaq, and also that wind as well is. It's not as windy. I've seen it windier up here in the tundra climate of
Siberia Park.
Siberia. Well, I was going to say more Wisconsin. They're in a tundra climate, aren't they?
Oh, where's Wisconsin?
The Midwest.
I know.
The Midwestern states.
Up what? Near Washington?
No, nowhere near Washington.
Here we are, Fenway Park. He tried to hit that for a home run. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, swing and a miss there. Just needs to get his composure back and play every ball on its merit. Bottom edge that time, perhaps Mushtaq Martin kind of turned away quickly. I would reckon if that ball was left outside the off stump, it would have been a wide.
Yeah.
So it's one of those ones where the bowler turns around and says nothing.
I wonder, others, who will they bring in? Who will be the next bowlers to bring in? Will they give Dawan a shout? Left armour. They have to mix it up.
Played into the leg side. That brings to an end the 23rd over. It's 98 for 2. County Kerry 2 runs away from that 100 run mark, only 2 wickets down, and it looks like there will be a change of bowling. So Adam Hickey, who has bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 21. He will come out of the attack, and coming into the attack will be Ryan Joyce, his second year at Cork Harlequins. He'll be running in, bowling his medium pacers. Will be interesting to see, will the wicketkeeper stroke captain Shivam stand up to the stumps? So standing up to the stumps means that the wicketkeeper is right up behind the batsman, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like the keeper will stand back. And you can see with this field, it's being spread out, which means that Cork Harlequins are defending that boundary. They want to try and keep the runs down. We'll go through the field there in just a moment. So it's drinks in Middleton between Middleton Cricket Club and Cork County. Cork County halfway through the side with only 80 odd runs on the board for Middleton, so we'll keep an eye on that game. Cork County Kerry, as we said earlier, tend to do very well at this ground for one reason or another. So it will be Ryan Joyce. It's 98 for 2. 23 overs gone, and here comes Ryan. It's Kaz on strike. Outside the off stump for a dot ball. Back of a length delivery there from Ryan. We'll go through the field very quickly. There's a mid-off in position. That is Matt Brewster. There's a deep cover. A third man on the boundary. And I think that is everyone. So just 3 men out. They're all on the offside. That's the left-hand side of your screen. And everyone else is in the ring. Still a slip in position. That's the fielder next to the keeper. What we call a short delivery is when that ball is dug in short into the pitch, and the ball tends to fly past the nose of the batter. But that one was misdirected down the leg side for a wide ball. And the infield, there's a mid-on, an extra cover. Just looking round, a backward point, a slip. That's on the offside, and on the leg side, there's a mid-wicket in close and a square leg. So that's the field for Ryan Joyce. The score is 99 for 2. So 1 away from that 100. We'll see who'll do the clapping once the 100 runs comes up. It's kind of a tradition, isn't it, when you clap for a 50 and 100?
Not for a 50.
Well, when the team
there was some that I knew used to clap for a 50.
That's when the team score went past 50, wasn't it?
PB.
We'll leave it at that.
And there's your 100.
Well, we'll see what the signal is. It's leg buys, so that must have... leg buys. Leg buys was signalled.
I know, but it must have hit a shoulder.
Shoulder, the helmet maybe.
But it's the
Yeah, helmet's leg buys.
Okay, well then.
Anything off the body is a leg buy. And that's 100 up, and there is the clap. So, leg buys.
4 leg buys?
Not buys.
Sorry.
So that ball must have clipped the shoulder, might have come off his friend out there, Awe, calls him through for 1. So the score is 104 for the loss of 2 wickets. So yeah, what did that come off, Joe?
It must have been his shoulder.
Back of a length again from Ryan. Awe on top of the bounce, plays it through the gap in the leg side field away to the right hand side and picks up 1. That will bring Kaz back on strike. But actually, no, it won't.
End of the over.
Jumped the gun, 105 for 2. 24 overs now in the books. And after one more over, we will have a drink.
And a short break for the two of us, I think. I'd forgotten, Rodders, how sore your throat gets after commentating a bit.
Comes with experience.
Comes with the job. Huh?
Comes with the job. Hope you're all enjoying this broadcast, and if you are, be sure to...
Thank you to John, who says, does the producer know the rules? Today, Rodders is the producer, so that's directed at you, Rodders. Or Regs, even. Thank you, John, again, for your comment.
We'll leave it to the committee.
No, noted. There's an appeal.
Well, multiple appeals. Was
I think
there
a stumping? They're looking for a stumping.
Well, they look for a stumping. Then they were looking for maybe an outside edge as well. The slip fielder was appealing to the umpire, which would say to me that he heard...
the square leg they were looking at.
They were looking at both.
I think they were looking for everything. Caught behind, stumping, bowled, the whole shebang.
Maybe it was a bug in someone's ear. Good again from umpire Archie. He's been good today.
Oh, that's a lovely stroke.
Was in the air for a little bit of time, but wide of the fielder.
No wrist shot?
I think so.
Brings Kaz on strike. Kaz has been playing a supporting role today, just 9 off 27, just to get Awe on strike. I think his job is now. Dot ball there.
So 3 deliveries to go then. A big kind of exuberant stroke there through the offside. He really does get a good stride into that extra cover drive. If he middles one, it's only going one place, and that's the rope for 4 or 6. Played into the leg side. Been very clever from these two. They've been picking off the bad delivery, rotating the strike when they can, and also picking up the extras.
They have been playing very clever today, and obviously just they know that this is the last ball now before drinks. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a dot ball.
I'm very surprised that no one shouted drinks brings wickets. 54.
That's after.
54.
That'll be after drinks. And there we go.
Partnership of 54 between these two. It is 107 for the loss of 2 wickets. Brilliant from County Kerry. 25 overs done here at Farmers Cross for this MCU Premier Division match between Cork Harlequins and County Kerry. Both sides looking to break their duck, looking to get their first win of the season. County Kerry on top in the first quarter of this game. Very quickly we're going to cross over live to the Town Parks in Middleton.
Yeah, the NV play live, and Middleton have moved to 92 for 5 off 27. Again, a little bit of a rebuild here with Zuhair moving to 29. 3 boundaries, 3 fours and 1 6. And Parkar Sarin, 3 not out, with the bowlers of Nabil Anjum, This is his 6th over. It was 6 overs, or 5.3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. And at that, we'll go on a drinks break ourselves. So join us live back in a few minutes. And we're back. Players are taking to the field again. And we were just told that there is a gentleman out in Vancouver running, I think, the Vancouver Marathon. So, Owen, keep going. Fair play to you for doing the marathon today. And thank you for joining us. Something I've always wanted to do. So Ryan Joyce will continue. He's just bowled the one over. This will be his second now. County Kerry on 107 for 2 off 25 overs. They're trying to look to accelerate now from here on in. Should be looking for about 250 plus, as they've done all the hard work now, and they've got plenty of batsman to come yet. Off we go again. And that's pulled away, and that's the start that Kerry required. 4 runs for Kaz. Short, middle in leg, pulled away. Food for thought for the Cork Harlequins captain, Shivam Kisley. And that's Kaz's first boundary of the afternoon. This time it's wider, and it's a cut beautifully out just for the single. I thought that might have gone all the way, but it was intercepted by Jack Buss. An attacking start there by County Kerry. This is the third ball. Ryan will reset himself. Away tries to cut that one, just misses it for a dot ball. Meanwhile, in the other Premier game, the Middleton have moved past 100 and 104 for 5 off 29.4, with Zuhair Shah on 30 and Pakhar Sarin on 14. He's just picked up his first maximum. And back to this game, another dot ball by Joyce. I think Kerry will be happy that they've taken the boundary earlier on in this over. This time again it's pulled away. Can't be bowling there to the informed batsman, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs.
That went a long way.
It did go a long way. It was a bit flat, wasn't it, Rodders?
I kind of lost the trajectory there a little bit, but I think you kind of summed it up there, Joe.
Yeah.
Can't be...
It looked like a boundary to me, but it obviously carried over the ropes.
So, they're looking for the ball. Let's see if they have the right technique.
How many of them are there? 4. 4 there.
5 in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think
4 looking. Exciting
surely
stuff.
There's a manager. There's one managing it.
Surely there should be a points person, someone who's pointing.
We talked about this last year.
Yes, we did.
GPS into the ball. This is what we talked about last year, Rodders. It still hasn't happened.
Needs to be investigated.
Absolutely. There's a roar from the crowd of laughter. They must have heard us. 3 heads in the ditch. It almost looks like that famous scene from The Simpsons with Homer coming in and out of the hedge.
Yes, it
Jones
does look like
Jones
that.
has retired. Looks like he's given up. They will look for a spare ball, I think.
So what that was, it was Homer Simpson disappearing into the ditch.
Yes.
And, and it does resemble that. They're looking hard for that ball.
In fairness, yeah. What type of bush is that, Rodders?
It's an evergreen, isn't it?
No.
It's evergreen all year round. It's like the bushes behind us.
I know, yeah, but there's a certain name for them. If I had Dave Egner here, he'd be able to tell me straight off.
I did a degree in all this.
Did you?
Apparently I was wasting my time.
Absolutely. In horticulture, did you?
Well, we won't talk about my course. No, it wasn't horticulture. It was...
Plant identification?
Plants, something about plants or animals. Actually,
You might have been asleep that day, were you?
might have been. I might have missed that lecture. It might have been a Friday morning. Of course, college night is a Thursday night. Well, I do know is that if you top the trees, which means cutting the tops of the trees off, they die. So if you top a tree...
When though?
Well, the main reason you top a tree is that if you want to get a helicopter onto the ground for if something happened.
No, but when would you top a tree?
For emergency services.
Yeah, no, but what time? What time?
Well, what time of year?
Of the year would you top a tree? That's a question.
See, because I'm just looking over there. A couple of those trees are topped.
Yeah, I know, but do you know why?
They're going to die.
Do you know why?
Oh,
or when? Sorry, when?
Spring?
No, but sure, how could it be spring? When do the leaves fall off the trees?
Autumn.
There you go.
Autumn.
Bravo.
Or
Autumn, winter. Autumn or winter. That's when you can top trees.
Well, those trees have been recently topped.
They were topped during the autumn.
Were they?
Yes, they were. They're not going to die.
Well, they will. They eventually will.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's what happens when you top
here.
a tree. Anyway, enough about the trees around the ground. Back to the cricket. Well, a little bit of anger in that delivery from Ryan Joyce. Nicely played. Down to third man by Awe.
I think that should have been the end of the over. Hopefully it'll be a dot ball. Yeah, I think...
Well, there's shouts of over,
that's
but...
shouts of over too that I heard. That was the end of the over, and there's another...
So, look, it is an over, but however, we think it may be a 6-ball over, but look, not to worry. The score is 120 for 2 off 26 overs.
I'll edit that in a minute.
Single off the first delivery, so the 26th over was 120 for 2, now 121. Mushtaq to continue. Awe on strike. That's the second ball of the over. It was a dot. We have a couple of shout-outs to people who are watching in a moment. Good effort there from Mushtaq in his return. He couldn't quite stop it, so that is a single for Awe. This over has gone 1.1. And a white ball outside the off stump. From Mushtaq. Bowling his 7th over now. Played through the offside from Kaz. Of course, Kaz for short. Kazim is his full name. He gets off strike. So 4 runs off this over so far. And there's 2 deliveries to come. That rock there on the stump. A very common sight up here in Cork Harlequins. The wind does funnel through here. We're at quite a high point on the southern side of the city. Well, Eyes went to the umpire there. Perhaps that was on the edge of the wide line, but it was inside, so that's a dot ball. 1 to come in this over. As the field is spread for Cork Harlequins, a third man, a deep cover. Long on and long off. That one will be a wide ball. And a couple of hands on hips there from the bowler, but the umpire makes the call. And his call is final. Very good partnership between these two. As it raced past 50 earlier on, probably on about 60 now, as that's a single from Awe through the offside. That will bring an end to the over from Mushtaq. 7 off that over, so low risk cricket from Kerry has got them more than a run a ball in that over. 27 done. We'll get your score update now. We think it's 127 for 2.
126. Sorry about that.
But there was a single off the last ball.
Yeah. Which we're at 126 for 2 on the 27th over on NV Play. I am correct, brothers. Thank you. Finding the edge.
Just pause there for a round of applause. Awe getting off strike off the outside edge. It's Ryan to continue, who's been a bit expensive, bowling his third over, has conceded 17 runs. And I think it was that second over where he disappeared for a boundary and a 6, a swing and a miss outside the off stump from Kaz, who's batting well out there. Moves on to 18, Awe, 9 away from his half century on
41.
Partnership worth 74 now between these two. A really good recovery from those two quick wickets. Looking to play that ball into the leg side was Kaz. Couldn't quite find the gap for a dot ball. On a dot ball. 3 consecutive dots now for Ryan. Clawing it back. It's Kaz who's on strike. Just had a quick word with his partner there. Perhaps about where that single is as that ball crashes into the pad. There's a mix-up, a run-out opportunity. And is gone. A big mix-up there from County Kerry. Awe wanted the single. Kazim was not interested in the single. Shivam, the captain, threw the ball in to the bowler Ryan. He took off the bails, and that is the third wicket to fall. Very unfortunate. Awe falls for 41. Partnership broken of 74. So that was very unfortunate. Awe wanting the single. However, Kazim was not interested in the single. So not good running there between those two. And that is out. $127 for 3. And we'll just get the name of this next batter, as That's a short delivery from Ryan, pulled into the leg side, mistimed from Kaz. That'll bring to an end to that over. 127 is the score for the loss of 3 wickets. So Mushtaq will continue. Long spell from him. This will be his 8th over. And he'll be bowling from the city end. Has bowled straight through. So a good effort from him. An LBW appeal. Missed by the wicket-keeper. And, well, it did hit the pad. No single was taken. Well, the bowler feels as though that was very, very close. But a dot ball from all that. So a dot ball to start off the over as Mushtaq runs in again. Left outside the off stump for a dot. So this is Nuzmal on strike. That's down the leg side. But well fielded there by Jack Buss coming in from square leg. So that is 3 dots. 127 for 3. Last wicket to fall was a run out. That ball took up, it's nicked and it's gone. Second catch for Senan Jones, and it's a 4-ball duck for Hassan Nazmal. Mushtaq Marden, who has plugged away at that line, that 5th stump line, has got his reward. The outside edge is found. Nazmal has to trudge back. 74 was broken, and, well, when it rains it pours. Another wicket has fallen. Caught Senan Jones, bowled by Mushtaq. Hassan Nazmal goes for none. The new batsman is Niall Riaz. Good. Niall Riaz, but I've played a good bit with Niall myself in the Munster days. He walks out to bat. Number 6 for County Kerry. 127 for the loss of 4 wickets. 4 deliveries into the 29th over. And Mushtaq has a bit of reward. It's 1 for 22. And Niall plays that ball to backward point, and he will make it through for a single. He gets off strike first delivery. We have Joe, who's back. Hello, Joe.
Did I miss much?
You missed 2 wickets, a run out. So, did you see the run out?
I didn't see the run out at all.
So, away, a ball which, well, we'll just wait for Mushtaq. The final ball in this over. It's down the leg side for a wide ball. Good take there from Shivam, doing a lot of diving to the left and right, Shivam, for his second game. Not too sure how he'll feel tomorrow morning at work. Let's hope he doesn't get called into work.
Changing the field. Jones has moved out a slip.
So what happened was, well, we'll actually go through the last couple of deliveries. That is a dot ball fielded there at extra cover by Dewan. 29 overs done, 129 for the loss of 4 wickets.
I was talking to some player the other day, and they were telling me that Niall has played a lot of cricket in Australia and has come on a lot over the last few years.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's good to see that he's picked up skills while abroad.
Absolutely. So what happened there in that previous, well, actually 2 overs ago now, was the ball into the body of Kazim. Away was calling Kazim true, and I can tell from your facial reaction what happens next. Kazim was not looking for a single. Away was...
Stood his ground, did he?
Kazim stood his ground, and it was Shivam who threw the ball back to Ryan, took the bails off, and Awe was out by a long, long way. And he got out the bat throw. You're not into the bat throw. You're more into the helmet hit when you get out.
I normally smash my helmet. Now, yesterday I did get out in a game, and a duck I got, 5-ball duck. I wasn't pretty happy, but I had to hold my temper because I wasn't wearing my own helmet. I can't find my helmet at home, and I had to use someone else's. So luckily I had to calm down.
In fairness to Awe, it was a pretty impressive bat throw, I thought. It went a long way, the bat.
Did it?
It was, yeah.
Again, that's the second time now two players have got good starts, Alam and Awe, and basically have it hasn't gone well for them. You know, they were set. They were all set to make a big total, and they haven't gone on.
Well, it was kind of similar to the first innings, Joe, where a good opening partnership worth 47 and 2 quick wickets, and then a partnership of 74 and 2 quick wickets. And the previous, that was a dot ball outside the off stump there. Niall Riaz on strike. We think it's 2 deliveries gone in the over. Niall Riaz with the off-the-line speed there. That'll take him to a single. Back of a length again, a tactic that Quins have adopted throughout the first 29 overs and 4 deliveries. It's brought him a couple of wickets, but also has conceded a few runs. The current run rate is just under 4.5 runs an over from County Kerry. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. You're not. Edged over the top of first slip. Another edge found by the Cork Harlequins bowlers. It was Senan Jones who's looking for his third catch in the slip region. Flying up over his head. Couldn't haul it in. Of course, the fishing season isn't too far away. That was a great effort.
A very good effort there by Senan. Could grow a few more inches, he might have got it. But another welcome boundary for County Kerry. And they're stopping. The bails have come off. While we have that little interval, do we have a score from an update from the Middleton Cork County match, rather?
Yes, we do. 35 overs done down in the town parks in Middleton. 119 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Who has Zuhair finally fallen?
So Prakar has fallen. LBW to, not even going to try and pronounce that gentleman's name. I'm sure he's a good bowler.
Stefano, that's the professional.
Is that Stefano? Okay, so Stefano, LBW to Prakar. That's a dot ball there. Niall Riaz looking busy at the crease. So 30 overs done here in Cork Harlequins. They're 5 overs ahead of us down below in Middleton. It's 135 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kazim 19 off 41. And Niall Riaz 6 off 6. Mushtaq looks like he's going to continue. Looks like he's going to bowl through. Very impressive so far. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. Ryan Joyce is at the other end. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 23. Just going back to that game, Joe. 120 for 6. Halfway through the 36th over in Middleton. Prakar played well. 21 off 36. With 1 maximum. LBW to Stefano. And Zuhair, the Middleton captain. 37 off 86. So hard going down in the town parks, Joe.
Good to see though that Zuhair is anchoring the innings now, and he's hoping that others will work around him. It's a beautiful ball there by Mushy. He said to me earlier that he just wants to get that line outside off stump. That's his line and length that he wants to play, and this time he gets it. And just joining Zuhair, Joe, as a player you might know, it's Kashif. Nice fella. Kashif can. That's it. Let's hope he can today. Boom, boom. Sorry, lads.
Swing and a miss outside the off stump from Kaz, who's unusually slow going today for Kazim. As he gets a quick single and buzzers. And that's careless from the Cork Harlequins players. The throw at the non-striker's end from Adam Hickey. No one backing up. It was Jack there who retrieved the ball.
That could have easily gone for a 4. So well fielded by Jack out in the deep.
But very interesting as we get a gust of wind. It's starting to pick up as the day goes on. That's straight up in the air. Jack Buss.
Oh, it swirled in the air. That one swirled in the air. Jack thought he was underneath it, but moved about 2 feet to his left. And he dived in vain. Probably got his fingertips to it. But opportunities are being created now by Mushtaq. Niall watching the ball there coming onto his bat. I mentioned earlier on that there are viewers from all over the world, and one of them, Rodders, is a gentleman called Owen who's running in the Vancouver Marathon in Canada.
Yeah, that's right. He's doing the half marathon.
Half marathon.
He's doing the half marathon, yeah. So, best of luck to him and everyone else in Vancouver.
Is he doing it right now or is it later on?
Right now.
Right now?
Right now, yeah.
So he has his ear pods on as he's listening to us. Do we have to talk a bit faster to get his pace up?
The old metronome, isn't it? 31 overs done, 100, well, I have 137, but it is 138. Oh yeah, Kazim is on 22. And that ball has been...
One for the over.
One for the over. Did that ball go for 4? Yes, it did. Yeah, just waiting for the signal there. So that's his second boundary. For Kaz. That's 4 more consecutive boundaries for Kazim. As the score now races on to 100. So we'll get our scoreboard up and running. It's 146 for 4. And that's outside the off stump for a dot ball. As Kaz moves on to 30. Niall Riaz on 7. So it's very important that Kaz puts that out of his mind. The run out, that happened a couple of overs ago. He's been out there for a while. 30 off 49 deliveries with 3 boundaries. Beaten on the outside edge of the bat there. Still relying on that 5th stump line. Something Harlequins need to keep focusing on. It's all about consistency, isn't it, Joe? It's about keep on plugging away.
That's a beautiful line and length by Ryan, and Kaz tries to prod at that.
Well, I wonder what happened that one. That was a wonderful. So at the end of the over, 146 for the loss of 4 wickets, 32 overs done. In the air from Niall, he'll cross over for a single. It'll be Mushtaq to finish off his spell. 9 overs he's bowled. 1 for 26. His one success was Hasnan, edged to Senan Jones in the slips. And yet again, he's beaten the outside edge of Kazim's bat. He's bowled very well, his Mushtaq. Doesn't seem to be, even though in his last over, doesn't seem to be slowing down either. Very, very impressive. And of course that Vancouver Marathon will be happening in a couple of hours. Of course, the time difference, they will be starting shortly. Getting ahead of ourselves there. But a big shout out to everyone in Vancouver. Hope you're all doing well. And all around the world, as you all could be listening from all around the world. I think, Joe, you've got yourself sorted there. It's 147 for 4. Halfway through the 33rd over, and Mushtaq has bowled brilliantly, Joe.
Yes, he has. And he's actually grown into his spell, and the last 4 overs have been really impressive by Mushtaq. A bit of a collapse has happened in Middleton.
Oh, wow.
What were we talking about earlier on? It was 114 for 6.
It was 120 for 6.
120 for 6. We're now at 120 for 9. Let's have a look. Was there... The last 3 overs has produced 1 run with 3 wickets. A great bowling partnership between Siddiqui and Stefano. What an incredible ball there by Mushtaq. He throws his hands up in the air. And that ends Mushtaq's spell. A fantastic spell. 10 overs. 1 for 27. 2.7 the average. Fantastic spell by Mushy.
And he bowled them all the way through.
He did.
The 10 overs from the one end, he started a while back and has only finished now. So good work done for the day. I think a cold ice bath for Mushtaq after bowling 10 overs straight through. And it will be returning from the clubhouse end of the ground, the Kinsale end of the ground, whatever you'd like to call it, is Adam Hickey.
Yeah, Adam has bowled 5 overs already. None for 21. 147 for 4 off 33. 17 overs remaining. And down at Middleton, it's 120 for 9. Middleton batting first.
Cork County in the box seat.
Absolutely.
As they are many times against Middleton.
Stunning collapse by Middleton.
Outside the off stump for a dot ball, Adam Hickey starting his second spell. His first spell was 5 overs, no maidens, none for
21.
21, thank you very much.
What an incredible take there by Shivam, although he made it look great.
Keepers do that though, don't they?
They do, yeah.
They do that. Ran off the face of the bat, but it was Zubair at short third man even, who was quick off the mark to field the ball. Niall Riaz on strike. Plays that ball into the offside for a dot ball. And Cork Harlequins will be looking to seize the initiative here. They'll be looking to capitalise on these two quick wickets. Four dots from Adam. Niall plays that into the leg side, and the familiar sprint there from Niall. He gets off strike. Brings to an end that over. 148 for the loss of 4 wickets. Niall will keep strike. So again, County Kerry will be looking to consolidate a partnership of 21 between these two, and looks like it's going to be a change of bowling. Well, it will have to be a change of bowling as Mushtaq finishes his spell of 10 overs. Brilliant spell from him. We'll see who's coming into the attack, but before that, Joe has some news for us from Middleton.
Yeah, another wicket down. 4 ducks in a row, and Middleton all out for 120. Another wicket for Stefano. So in the last one, let me have a look. 2, 3, 5 overs, 4 wickets for 3 runs. Something special for the Cork County bowlers today. Pick of the bowlers there, Stefano. 8.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 21. And Byron MacDonald, 7 overs, 3 for 22. So, well bowled by them. That has to be taken.
Oh, it's spilled. Good effort, though, from the fielder. In comes the throw. That was in the air by Niall, looking to cut that ball away. Got more of a top edge. Good effort there from the point fielder. Just couldn't keep hold of it. A single there from Niall to get off strike. 149 now for 4. Well, now, this is an opportunity. It's high in the air. And yet again, it lands safely. That's happened multiple times now. There were 3 fielders converging on that one. The back of a lead delivery from Zubair. Kazim again taking on the stroke. And as you said, Joe, multiple times, it's fallen into no man's land.
I'll be honest, I can't understand why Kerry are trying this tactic. They're playing, I know they're getting away with it because there are a few drop catches and their balls landing into no man's land, as we said, but they need to settle down. They've got 17 overs to play with. They've got 6 wickets. They could easily hit 100 off the last 17 overs, but they seem to be playing a dangerous game here.
Blocked into the leg side. Lots of dots here from Cork Harlequins, which they won't mind. However, Kerry, they'll be planning to tee off sometime soon. Just like that, pulled into the deep. Great effort out in the deep there from Jack Bossett, deep square leg, but it will be 4 and a no ball as well for that ball being overhead height, so that'll be 5 altogether. Great effort out in the deep, you wouldn't have seen it. So a no ball has been called by the square leg umpire, Joe.
I don't understand what was going on there. I'll be honest.
So it was a short delivery, pulled into the leg side, 1 bounce 4.
Where's the no ball coming from?
I think it's overhead height. That's all.
That's a wide, isn't it? Why is it a no ball?
Yeah, so it is a no ball for overhead height. I thought it was... Well, isn't it a no ball if there's two? If there's two deliveries overhead height, it's a no ball?
So we're just getting confirmation that there was 2 no balls in the over. Okay.
No, 2 deliveries overhead height in the over. The first one was fine because it was one for the over. The second one was called a no ball.
Between shoulder and head?
Yeah. So good call there. And they're looking for the ball. So the score is... So it's 1 no ball along with 4 runs. Bit of a challenge there for you, Joe.
I don't know what's going on, man.
It's 155 for 4 is what the score will be in a moment. And thank you all so much for commenting. We'll read a couple of them out there now in a moment. And a dot ball. Just getting our bearings here. So a little bit confusing there as to how many shoulder height deliveries there was in the over, but I think it's been cleared up now. Played into the offside. Dot ball to finish off the over, 155 for the loss of 4 wickets. Just get our scoreboard up to date now. Looks like Adam Hickey is going to continue from the clubhouse end of the ground. And no doubt the Kerry batters will be looking to target a bowler, target certain deliveries. It's interesting because it's at this time of the innings where both batters are thinking about trying to kick on the scoring rate, trying to up the run rate. And in order to do that, they will have to perhaps pick a bowler. So it'll be interesting to see, will they go after the spinner? That would be Adam Hickey. He's the only spin bowler we've seen so far. The rest have been pace bowlers. So pace bowlers we've seen today, Zubair Hassan Khan returning to the attack. Of course, he bowled the first ball of the day. An expansive shot through the offside. Got no bat on it. That's Kazim. He's been out there a while, as Kazim hasn't been at his fluent best. However, he has clawed away out there. And that's a wide ball outside the off stump from Adam. So dot wide, 156 for the loss of 4 wickets. And a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. And in fairness, there is a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. That's where the clubhouse, Adam bowling from the clubhouse end, and that's where people tend to congregate. So Have to reload that one onto the back foot that time from Kazim. Didn't really get deep in his crease and missed the horizontal bat shot, that cut shot. And a dot ball. Just looking at Kazim, moved on to, he's on 31, now moves on to 32 with that push out to the offside. Jack Boss with the return. And that will bring Niall Riaz back on strike. Change in the field. One fielder comes up from the boundary, that from deep mid-wicket, the leg side being on the right-hand side of your screen as you look at it. It's Niall Riaz facing up to Adam. Well, let's hope... well, we'll bleep that out.
I don't think anybody heard.
Niall Riaz unhappy that he found the fielder there for a dot ball. And again, this time he does find the gap out to deep cover where Jack is in play again. This time he underarms the ball back to the bowler, and that will bring on to strike Kazim, number 29. So the deep mid-wicket fielder will return to the boundary. Well, the ball got past the wicket keeper. Niall Riaz came halfway down. Kazim was still thinking about what might have been. All results in a dot ball, 158 for the loss of 4 wickets. 36 overs gone, 14 to go. And it's getting a little bit chilly here at Farmers Cross. The beanie hats are coming out. The cups of teas are coming out as well. But fair play to all the players out there. Fair play to all the players. They've got all their cardigans and their whites, all their rim caps, hoping that in a month's time the sun will be shining here at Farmers Cross. A little bit dark at the moment. Don't think the light meters will be coming out anytime soon, Joe, which is good.
It's I have a feeling that we might see a bit of rain in about next half an hour. We'll have the rainfall radar.
We'll keep an eye on it. It's Zubair to continue. Played into the leg side. Pushing for 2. Jack Buss with the throw. And it's a really good one as well. Jack has a really good arm. And it's a big boundary out there. No sixes have gone in that immediate direction square of the wicket. It is a big fence. And Kazim was looking for 2, but wasn't able to with the throw. A very unusual innings played by Kaz today, Joe. Typically he'd be quite fluent with his stroke play.
Yeah, I just think he's taken the game, where it is at. He's accelerated at times. He's supported an aggressive batsman, and I think he has to take centre stage now. And maybe he's finding it a bit hard to try and hit those runs.
Yeah, I think in fairness to Kaz, he's playing each ball on its merit. It's not easy out there. It still is early May. It is on the mat though, which means that the ball will come onto the bat. Of course, if we were on a pitch, it would be a different story. Perhaps a score of 160 on a grass pitch.
Just as we say, there's a bit of rain. I may have to go, Rodders, and secure all our equipment as the rain starts to come down a little bit.
Go for it.
All right, give me a sec.
Zubair pulling out of that one. 2 deliveries to go in this over, 159 for the loss of 4 wickets. Said a very warm welcome along to anyone watching this stream. It's great to have you here, live from Farmers Cross for the second round of this Munster Cricket Union Premier Division. Big swing and a miss from Chasm. He didn't get any bat on it though. That will be a dot ball. Been tough going for the batters out there. But County Kerry have done exceptionally well. Anytime they've lost a few wickets, they've consolidated. Partnership of 32 between these two, Chasm and Niall. And it's not going to get any easier as the rain is starting to tumble very, very slightly here at Farmers Cross. That's the end of the over, a dot to finish. 37 overs have been bowled. It's 159 for 4. Around the Munster Cricket Union circuit in the Premier Division, the only other game going on is Middleton versus Cork County. Middleton bowled out for 120 runs in nearly halfway through the 39th over, and Cork County in reply are 3 without loss after 1 over. And of course the other game, Limerick Cricket Club, their visit to Leidigan above in County Galway. That was called off last night. That ball is in the air, spoons over backward point for a dot ball yet again. That ball finding the grass. It was Niall Riaz, the batter. Adam Hickey was the bowler. Plenty of wide balls today from Cork Harlequins, something Kerry can definitely capitalise on in the second innings, reducing their wide deliveries. Tossed up, inside edge, past the wicket-keeper for 4, so well bowled from Adam, beat the batter in flight, but Chasm stayed on the shot. Little nick past the wicket-keeper and a 4 kind of directly behind. A long stop is where that ball went. Chasm moves on to 36 now off 71. That's his 4th boundary. Rather fortuitous, but he won't mind. That's a much better stroke from Chasm. Nailed that extra cover. Well stopped there by Connor. So that will be 1 run. That'll bring Niall back on strike. Adam bowling his 8th over, has bowled well. Perhaps 1 or 2 deliveries drifting onto the pads, which he's been punished for. But by and large has attacked that off stump. Cut away to deep point by Niall. He moves on to 17. While Adam ran in there, I think a hat fell. I think it was from umpire Archie. He's doing very well, holding all that gear, is Archie. And a swing and a miss outside the off stump. We've seen that a few times now from these Kerry batters. And looks like, and is that over bowled? They're just double checking. The conversation has happened and it's already over. That is the end of the over. 38 overs gone, 167 for the loss of 4 wickets. So 167 for 4 in this MCU Premier Division match. Of course, in 2 weeks' time, these two sides will be taking part in the Irish Senior and National Cup respectively. County Kerry will be taking on St Johnstone in the Northwest Cricket Union. So I suppose a bit of an unknown quantity are St Johnstone down here in Munster, but we're about to find out an awful lot about them in 2 weeks. That's who Kerry are taking on as Zubir Hassan Khan continues. Niall Riaz thinking that ball went along the floor. Dot ball outside the off stump. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, they've actually been down to Munster before.
Have they?
Yeah, they played against Middleton years ago when Middleton went on that amazing run to the quarter-final or semi-final.
There you go.
I think they won in a bowl-out, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong.
No worse way of losing a game than in a bowl-out.
Absolutely. It's a lovely shot.
Pulled away from Niall. And a great effort from Jack Boss. I think he saved it.
He has, but I think he may have injured himself in the process. Diving over that rope.
Well, the batters will pick up 2. And as they would say in the NFL, he's slow to get up, but he's making his way back to his position under his own power.
Fair play to him. His whites are now have turned into a mudded brown. I think he'll have to be hand washing those whites tonight.
I think the washing machine will be working overtime.
Well, no, you'll have to be scrubbing first. Yes, indeed.
Great effort from Jack, though, saving his team 2 runs.
And that's bowled. Well bowled there by Zubair. Went underneath the bat of Niall Riaz. Niall's head dips down as he walks off the ground.
19.
Score of 19 runs. Useful little innings there, Rodders, by Niall.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight delivery from Zubair doing the trick. Bursts through Niall's defences. And the 5th wicket has now fallen, 169 for 5. Big wicket for Cork Harlequins. The partnership is broken, and yet another companion of Kazim walks back. He's still has plenty of people to come in, but he's seen an awful lot head out first. And next up is the skipper, I think, Joe. It is Coram.
Coram Iqbal. A very good player, Coram is. I'm surprised he's down this low in the order.
Batting 7. So Niall Riaz departs for 19 off 29 deliveries with 2 fours. Kazim Butt, who's batting 4, is still out there on 37 off 70 deliveries with 4 boundaries. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, and there's another one on the list as well, Josh Udden. I'm also surprised he's way down the order as well. I thought maybe, I don't know if he's been playing in Dublin this year or he hasn't trained at all this year, but I'm just surprised. I thought he would have been one of their playmakers.
The centre midfielder.
Centre midfielder, yes indeed.
Of course, the Premier League season's coming to an end as well. Who's going to make the top 4?
Yeah.
Who's going to win it?
Well, I want to see. City going to win it.
yeah. Arsenal fans won't be too happy with you there.
I think Newcastle will come 3rd, and I'm hoping Liverpool will pip United into 4th.
Ooh.
The last.
United fans not happy with that, as it is Coram who's down the track.
Hello.
Up in the air, fielder can't get underneath it. The ball plugs in the fairway in Augusta, Georgia for the Masters. The throw comes back in, 2 runs taken. Wow, that was first ball, Joe.
I think what's happening here is that Kerry know that there's rain around and they have to pile on the runs now. And Coram has just showed his intent, what he's going to do for his innings.
And I think Shivam has seen that, and long on and long off has gone back to the boundary. However, 4 men are allowed outside, and they're just getting the field right here. So there's a long on, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and a 3rd man. Coram again has his dancing shoes on, whacks it straight down the ground. Only 1 run would be taken. It's who's back there? It's Dewan fielding that ball.
Now will Kaz come out and attack? It might have been the instruction from his skipper. Come now, let's go attack. We need at least 200.
Oh, could be another run out. It's a race back to the stumps. And Coram is gone. And for the 2nd time today, Kazim is involved in a run out. A carbon copy of what happened to Awe. Coram was looking for the single. Kazim was not looking for the single. Shivam throwed the ball back in. Bails were taken off. 6 wickets down. Joe.
What can I say here? I want to be nice, but that was very silly by Coram, to be honest with you. There was no run there. I can understand that he wanted to push the run rate up, given that the weather is coming in. But at the end of the day, what they've just done now is they've lost another wicket, which hasn't helped their cause, and he could have taken his time. Kazim did the right thing. And he did the right thing and stood his ground, no fault of his. The one thing I would say is that Kaz did turn his back, and at this stage of the game, you can't really turn your back.
I agree. He did turn his back. Yeah. The communication between the two was absent.
Right. 100% right. Communication is the key, but he said yes, yes, yes halfway down the wicket. You know, you have to be screaming at him beforehand, or even have a plan. So we mentioned earlier on about Josh Udden. He's coming to the crease now, batting number 8.
And Adam Hickey to continue with a dot outside the off stump. As I said, if you want your own opinion on what happened to that run out, it was nearly a carbon copy, as I said, of the previous run out. Just double tap the left hand side of your screen, or do it with the buttons if you have a smart TV. But again, at this stage in the game, silly run-outs, it's like gifting wickets away. It's gifting wickets to the opposition.
They've 10 overs to play, and they've just thrown away a wicket. Oh, full toss there by Adam. Josh just picks up the single. Umpire glances over to the square leg umpire just to check that it wasn't a no ball.
It's getting a little bit misty out there. You've battened down the hatches with the equipment, Joe, and I think soon the players will have to start battening down the hatches. It's getting quite muggy as Kaz plays that ball to backward point. Zubair Hassan Khan fields and throws it in. Yeah, go ahead.
Lovely bit of fielding there by Zubair.
Kazim, he's really battled hard, hasn't he? Looking for 2. They'll only get 1. Kazim gets off strike, but yeah, he really has worked hard for his 38 runs, and perhaps not the prettiest, perhaps not his most fluent best, but very important for his team, and showing a different skill set as well.
He needs to be there at the end of the day.
And that's a wide outside the off stump. We said it earlier. Those wides really do have a lasting impact right to the last ball. And Cork Harlequins, something they will need to improve on for 2 weeks' time. Something that Kerry are saying, keep going, keep bowling them.
You're right. But not only that, you're thinking about, I'm looking at the time now. Now, they've been playing. Oh, it's ugly out there at the moment.
It's not looking
pretty,
is it? It's looking very, very foggy. It's typically we can see the airplanes landing at Cork Airport. Typically we can see the mountains, and when you can see neither, you know that there's a bit of weather around. It looks like there's going to be a change of bowling for Cork Harlequins. A new bowler, Zubair Hassan Khan. A spell of 2 overs has come to an end. He's altogether bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24, and coming into the attack is the right arm over of Dewan Mehta, and it will be Josh Udden who's going to face up. Josh Udden, a good puller and cutter of the ball, has played with Kerry for a while now. And it's interesting, Joe, the Dewan Mehta has just been doing a bit of fielding for 40 overs and out of nowhere has been called to go to...
Maybe what they're thinking of is a bit of pace off. And he bowls a lot of cutters as well.
Cut away from Josh. Kazim looking for 2.
At this stage, Quins need to tighten up their bowling. Kerry will be looking for boundaries at this stage, knowing that the game could be prematurely cut short, or their innings, sorry, could be cut short.
Kazim back on strike. Well, we've seen that a lot today, haven't we, Joe? A swing and a miss outside the off stump.
We've mentioned Fenway Park a lot.
And just as we say it, Joe, the umpire's starting to move the grass off the mat. Of course, the bowlers, they'll be bringing the wet grass onto the mat, the artificial surface. So the umpire just sweeping some of the grass away with his foot. As that's played into the offside, fielders coming round, the ball will plug again, and the fielder will get around, throw the ball in, but not before Kazim picks up 2.
This is actually, in a way, Harlequins are just going to have to play on this outfield as well. So as the day gets wetter and wetter, it's going to get harder and harder for them to score runs along the deck.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Of course, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be broadcasting Quins versus Merrion in the first round of the Irish Senior Cup, as that's a dot ball from Dewan outside the off stump. It's one of those ones, Joe, where the skipper throws you the ball and goes, get me a wicket.
Yeah.
179 for 6, 1 delivery to go in the 41st over. The drizzle has arrived here in Cork Harlequins as we thought it would. Swatted into the leg side. Fielder's making his way around and stops it.
Unbelievable.
Batters will be looking to come back for 3. They do not. A brilliant effort out there from Jack Boss.
Savage.
That was a wonderful effort, scooping that ball back in, again saving his team another 2 runs. 2 more to Kazim. He moves on to 42, the end of the 41st over, 181 for 6. And some effort out there by Jack. That's twice now he's done that.
More than twice, rather. 3-4 times today he saved his team a ton of runs. Incredible. And it shows on his, he's wearing his badge of honour with that, the mud all over his whites.
Adam Hickey to continue and to finish his spell. He's bowled well today in tough conditions for a spinner. Of course, it'll be made even tougher now that that ball is wet after travelling over that outfield. He's going around the wicket to the right-hand bat of Josh Udden. Starts off with the wide. So we'll be looking for that line outside the off stump. Nearly in 2020 mode now is Adam. Pushed to extra cover there from Josh. No run taken. So 5 off that last over from Dewan. 5 runs that was. So Kerry will now be looking for that boundary. Dropped a fraction short there from Adam. But the deep square fielder is out there to the right hand side of your screen. That is Devon. And Josh Udden will get off strike. That'll bring Kaz back on strike. 42 off 80 deliveries. This partnership is now worth 11. And Harlequins will be looking to keep the ball inside the ballpark here. It's a full toss. Fielder circles. Great effort. But it gets underneath the fielder and will run away for 4. So that was the full toss there from Adam. Kazim gets underneath it, teased the fielder out there. It was Ryan who dived forward. Very good effort. just snuck underneath them and rolled over the boundary rope for 4. A much needed boundary for County Kerry, Joe.
Yes, there hasn't been one in quite a while, 5 or 6 overs.
So it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse here between the spinner and the batter, and looks like the batter has won that battle as well. Squeezed away off the outside edge, only 1 run taken. That was good tracking back there from Zubair. So only 1 run there for Kaz. Moves on to 47, one of the hardest 47 runs he's made for a while.
It didn't look as though, Rodders, that the square leg umpire first said no, and then he quickly said yes.
Well, originally they went up for the LBW, and while Josh was nervously looking at the umpire, realised that his back foot had slid outside the crease, and Shivam Kisley getting into the action, the skipper, takes the bails off in a flash, and he was out of his ground.
Sharp bit of work there by Shivam.
And a wicket to Adam. Here again, Joe. It's Oace.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that always? Is it?
Yeah, so that's Oace, left-hand bat. He'll be looking forward to getting the ball in his hand in about an hour or so time. But before that, he has a bit of batting to do.
I apologise. I must go to spectators.
So Adam Hickey then gets his reward and is about to finish off his spell. It's Adam to Oace. The left-hand bat of Oace blocks it into the offside for a dot ball. End of the over, end of Adam Hickey's spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. Good return from him in non-friendly spinner conditions. 188 for the loss of 7 wickets, 42 overs gone, 8 to go. Sharp bit of work there from Shivam, Joe. He's been kept busy out there, going to the right and left, blocking those wide balls, but had the opportunity for a stumping, and he took it.
He did, and very well done by him. But not only that, I don't know if you know, for wicket keepers being captains, it's pretty tough because you're trying to do your own work, and not only that, captain the fielding side as well. Let's continue.
Dewan bowling his second over. Outside edge from Chasm. Finds Matt Brewster for a dot ball. So that rain continues to fall. The players continue to play. And that ball has been flayed through the offside for 4 runs. And a 50 for Kaz. One of the hardest earned 50s he's ever gotten, I would say. That's 51 off 84 deliveries, 6 boundaries. And short and wide outside the off stump, Joe, gets punished at this level.
Yeah, and fair play. Great knock there by Kazim. If I just see the screen.
51 off 84, 6 boundaries.
Thank you. There's an appeal for an LBW, and it's gone. And I think the batsman is saying that he hit it with his bat. Just as we said how good he played, I think he may have a case there, Rodders.
It all happened so fast.
It did. I personally think that he may have a case there.
May have a case there, yeah.
Yeah, I think he went on the edge, under the edge of his bat. Or sorry, the toe of his bat.
Well, we can have a look back there. If you would like to have a look back, just double tap the left-hand side of your screen. However, the umpire has made his decision, and Kazim has to go for a very well played 51 off 84 deliveries, 6 boundaries. He departs LBW to Dewan. And the new batter is, I think that is Yaqub.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
That is Yaqub Ali. So Yaqub, another player who's looking forward to getting the ball in hand. So we're just going to have another look at it, Joe.
He went up straight away, pointing at his bat.
Yeah, well, the umpire gave it, Joe, and as far as we're concerned, whatever happened, the umpire gave it. That's the end of the story.
Maybe umpire actually thought that it hit his foot first, rather than his bat.
And that's the call we'll stay with.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Yaqub then.
Kerry have fallen apart in a way here.
Well, it's just kind of... So to face his first delivery, it's on the button from Dewan. Yorker length delivery, 192 for 8.
Interesting, Rodders there. The last nearly 5 over, it's been 25 for 4. They've scored.
So we were talking about that kick on that County Kerry would have been looking for. It hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened.
They were in a great position to do so, set a great platform. Away, Kazim, great platform from them, but it has fallen away. 25 for 4 in the last over. That was a dot ball there. Edged away from Yaqub. Finds Matt Brewster, number 8, at short third man.
Yaqub tries to free himself. And that's the end of another over.
192 for the loss of 8 wickets. 43 overs done. Oase, 0 off 1. And Yaqub Ali, 0 off 3. So 2 new batters at the crease. A perfect situation for Cork Harlequins, Joe, when it looked quite ominous about 20 minutes ago.
I think Kerry will look back on today and look at the platform that they built right up to drinks at 25, and because they were in a very good position, just with down 2. I think they were just about 90 to 100 odd for 2, and for the last 20 overs or so, they've fallen a bit behind. 6 wickets conceded just for 70 runs. It's a lesson for them, but remember, it is early start to the season. But again, if you want to win these games, you need to push on as the rain comes back in.
And I think, Joe, is that run out of Coram.
Yes,
the second run out of Coram really did.
Yeah. But Harlequins as well will look back in the amount of drop catches they've had today.
So it's Matt Brewster who's going to be reintroduced to the attack. They're looking for 2. Here comes the throw. 1 taken. So a full toss outside the off stump. It was Matt to Oase. Oase pushes it into the offside for 1 run. That'll bring Yaqub
They'll be looking for a
back
rag
on
here,
strike. And this mist is now starting to cascade across the ground majestically. Cascade across the ground. The wind is now starting to pick up a little bit as well. The gazebo is getting louder. We are still dry though. For how long I'm not too sure, but we are still dry. And I'm sure the fielding team will be looking forward to getting off the field. It's getting a bit wet out there. It's interesting, Joe, that back of a length delivery has been used a lot by Cork Harlequins. Again, Matt Brewster that time digging one in to Yaqub Ali. And it's starting to get a bit chilly as well.
I'm just going to go there, Rodders. We have 2 pizzas and I need to throw the oven on if that's all right.
You're very good, Joe.
Thank you very much. I think yours is pepperoni, is it?
Can't beat it.
Hawaiian.
Well, it's pineapple, isn't it? That's the big question.
Oh, I love it.
Do you have pineapple on your...
I love
Joe,
it.
you're one of them.
I love it.
It's like one of those people who park in the fuel lanes to go to the shop.
Excuse me.
Can't stand them.
How very dare you.
Pushed back down the ground. A long on and long off is in position. I thought a dog was going to go for the ball there, Joe. Not quite. 1 run taken. That will bring Oace back on strike. It was Yakub who got off the mark there. 194 for 8. 2 deliveries to go in this Matt Brewster over. It's not beach weather out there at the moment. Oace goes down the ground again. Straight to the fielder Adam Hickey, who fields. 1 run taken. There's 1 to come. It will be Yakub Ali who's going to face it. Matt Brewster to bowl it. Blocked down the ground for no run. The end of the 44th over, 195 for the loss of 8 wickets, and you could even see Matt Brewster running in there in the last over very gingerly. As the rain falls, the grass is getting wetter and more uncertain. And you can see as well the spectators away to our left hand side are starting to take shelter as well. So it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. That's if the players stay out there. And it looks like they are going to stay out there. So well done to umpire Archie, keeping the players on the field. And that rain is sweeping in now. It looks like Zubair Hassan Khan is going to be reintroduced to the attack. Dewan is going to be taken out of the attack. Unusual, Joe. I thought Dewan would have kept going after picking up the wicket. The big wicket of Kaz.
Well, it's a lap. Massive swing and a miss.
Well, will Kerry make it to the 200 mark? It's 195 for 8. 1 ball into the 45th over.
Harlequins have made a change as they bring someone out to cow.
Played.
Oh, the ball is very slippy out there now. I think they'll call it. The umpires are coming together. Archie looks as though he's on a trawler with that hat. If that was yellow, you would think, wouldn't you? And he's having a word with
the square leg umpire and Shivam, the captain.
They're looking at the time.
They're looking up at the skies, seeing will it clear. They're looking down at the ground, see will it dry.
I feel as though if they go off, they won't come back on maybe for the rest of the day. Rodders, brutally honest with you.
And well, it's a good call there. It seems like it's a good call from Archie. I do agree with you. If you go off now, you can't go back on unless it improves.
Yeah.
So they will continue. Zubair to Yakub.
It's a nice looking shot. Oh. They're looking for 2. Mushtaq Martin will think, oh, no, the ball was dropped by Shivam and who broke the bails as well with his gloves. So there was a big roar there by the Kerry faithful. The men from the kingdom.
It was only 2 runs though.
They had a good win yesterday in the All-Ireland under 20 football.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They'd be playing Kildare in the final. Mind you, the game of the day yesterday was the
Cork match. Yeah.
Simply sensational game against Tipperary down in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Ended in a draw, but it could have gone either way.
Great match, wasn't it?
Oh, fabulous.
Great match.
Great to listen to it on the radio. With Marty.
Oh, yeah. So Zubair is going to go around the wicket to the left-hand bat. 2 deliveries to go in this over. It's Owais facing up. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That was the swing of the day.
Well, I think
Augusta.
I think Joe, we would have had to have moved our cars if he got hold of that one. He gave that one everything.
Gave it a welly. And that one's in the air. And Jack Boss is moved on him. He dived again. That wind is swirling around. He just didn't get underneath the ball. And that is 200 up there for County Kerry. I don't think their players realise it. They are now all players coming together to have a chat, although the rain has eased off a little bit, slightly. It's the end of the over. Kerry are 200 for 8 off 45 overs, 5 overs remaining. And they're still chatting out there.
I think this is what you call a conflab.
Indeed. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with the umpire, and umpire Archie thinks, yeah, we're okay. The rain has eased off slightly.
It's looking very, very grim.
Rather, you sound like death, doom. And could you give us an update score there from the Middleton match, please? Bob?
Yes, of course, Joe. Middleton bowled out in the 39th over, halfway through the 39th over for 120 runs. And in reply, Cork County, after 10 overs, are 41 without loss. Matthew John Spanner.
15 not out, and also
Siddiqui, the new skipper for Cork Harlequin.
Cork County. Wasn't he skipper last year? Or maybe I was wrong.
Ross Stewart he was.
Oh, that's right.
He's 21 not out, and, well, I suppose not too sure what the weather is like down in Middleton, but I think Cork County will be very disappointed should they not win, as this ball is up in the air and is taken by Matthew Brewster. Senan Jones takes the wicket. And County Kerry are now 9 down. Always Gower has to depart. All very tame in the end, Joe.
Indeed. He leant back on that ball and his head was in the air. That's why it just skied up. Quite an easy catch in the end for Matthew Brewster.
County Kerry bat all the way down. It's Motion now who's going to come out to the middle. Typically Motion then. Batting number 11 for his team. It's 200 for 9. Senan Jones with his second wicket, coming back into the attack after bowling a spell of 6 overs, none, 1 for 23. Now he's 2 for 23. In the rain, running in from the clubhouse end of the ground.
I think...
And it's interesting, Joe, in the second innings, the Duckworth Lewis will play a big part, one would think, with this rain falling at the moment.
That's if they come off. Or they don't start on time. Oh, that's a great ball. Mosen kind of backed away, looking to free his arms.
Just consulting there with our rules and regs person at the back of the commentary box, who's just reminded us that 20 overs need to be bowled in the second innings to constitute a game. It's one of those games where we think the Duckworth Lewis method will come into it, as that ball has been cut away from Motion. He'll pick up 2. It's Zubair Hassan Khan there doing the fielding all the way over the other side of the ground. 202 for the loss of 9 wickets. Very important. County Kerry bat out the overs here, Joe.
For Duckworth Lewis, yes, of course.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Played through the offside. Jack Boss, who's been...
He looks like as though he's played a game of rugby today.
Yeah, it does look more like rugby than cricket. And I think, Joe, the conditions out there is more like a rugby pitch than it is a cricket ground at the moment.
Absolutely.
The ground is very, very wet. And that ball just dying in front of Shivam. It's going to be a wide ball called.
2 wides.
2 wides.
It's getting harder and harder for the fielding side now. And Senan Jones gets a reward finally with a short pitch ball caught by Shivam Kizley. And that's the end of the Kerry innings. All out for 205 in the end of the 45th over. 46th over. Rodders, will we go through the scorecard before we depart?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. So the scorecard: Imran, 22 of 36 deliveries. Bowled Senan Jones, caught by Jack Buss. Alam Morshed edged to Senan Jones off the bowling and Matt Brewster. He departed for 15. Awe Sagar run out, unfortunately, by Shivam and Ryan Joyce for 41 off 58. Kazim batted very well, 51 runs for him off 82 LBW to Dewan. Farouk Hussain.
That'll be incorrect. It wasn't Farouk at all.
It was Nazmal. Yeah, Nazmal. Caught Senan Jones, bowled by Mushtaq Mardan for a duck. Nail Riaz bowled by Zubair Hassan Khan. Khurram Iqbal run out, unfortunately, 3 off 2 deliveries. Josh Uddin stumped Shivam Kizley off the bowling of Adam Hickey. Oase caught Matt Brewster off the bowling of Senan Jones for 4. Yaqub Ali not out on 4. And Motion nicked one behind to Shivam Kizley off the bowling of Senan Jones. Just going through the bowling there very quickly. Zubair Hassan Khan, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Senan Jones finished off the County Kerry innings. He bowled 7 overs, 3. Tak Martin, pick of the bowlers for me. 10 overs, 1 for 28. Ryan Joyce also had a bowl, 5 overs, 0 for 31. And Dewan met out, picked up the big wicket of Kazim Butt, LBW. He bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. Joe.
Thank you, Rodders. And so with that, we will just give it a quick update from Middleton before we go on break.
So looks like they're headed off for a bit of lunch. Middleton bowled out in the 39th over for 120 runs, batting first, and Cork County in reply in control, 41 without loss off 10 overs. Matthew John Spanner, 15 not out, and the new captain Siddiqui off to a good start to his reign as captaincy. 21 off 32 deliveries, 41 without loss. They require another 80 off 40 overs at 2 runs and over.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rodders. And with that, we shall see you all in about half an hour's time at about 4 o'clock. And hopefully the weather conditions will have got better. And so from myself and Rodders, go off and have a bit of lunch and wherever you are, and good luck to Owen in the half marathon in Vancouver. Thank you.
And just an update there. Currently the ground is, they're not going to play until, it's meant to start at 15:50, but obviously as you can see on the screen, it is still raining, and the next cut-off is at 4:20 when they will start losing overs. So please bear with us, and hopefully we'll start somewhere after 4:20. But currently there is no play at the ground at the moment.
And a very warm welcome back to Farmers Cross, where this MCU Premier Division match between Cork Harlequins and County Kerry is going on. First innings is done and dusted. County Kerry batted first, scored 205 runs. Went off for a bit of food, and as you can see, we have not returned. The rain has filled in and looks like it is settling for the night. It looks quite unlikely that we'll get back out there. However, we will wait until
4:30.
4:30, so that is around
20 minutes.
Just over 15 minutes.
Yeah.
About 18 minutes time, we will have a call from the umpire. The current conditions currently is
Wet.
The rain, as I said, is filling in. It doesn't look like we'll be able to get on. However, we will keep our fingers crossed that we can get back out on the field to play. It will be Duckworth Lewis at this point. We will have a reduced game. But currently, both sets of players are taking shelter in the clubhouse. Again, County Kerry batting first, 205 all out, 46 overs they managed to bat out, and we are awaiting the start of the second innings if we get there. There's also other games going on. Joe will tell us all about it.
Yeah, in the other match, Middleton, I'm surprised they're still playing, but Middleton were bowled out for 120. Cork County are 95 for loss and no wicket, closing in that total to get the maximum points of 20 plus 5 bonus points. And Mr. Spanner has now moved to 44 with three fours, and Siddiqui has 43, neck and neck. Who's this? Now, moving on to, if we can, we're looking for Division.
Tap, tap, tap.
Yeah, Division.
Tap.
I should have had all this ready. Live Division.
Live.
Division 2, no.
But yeah, Cork County look as though they're going to continue their dominance. 95 without loss, 19 overs bowled, 120 is what they're chasing. So they will continue their dominance over that Middleton team. The Middleton team are sure to drop to 1-1 after beating County Kerry last week. Of course, they are playing in the town park, so for sure Middleton are going to be on the road next week. They're looking to improve. Back to 2-1. So there are also matches happening in Division 2. That is the third tier in Munster cricket. Joe will fill us in.
Right. Down at the Mardyke, I'm surprised that they're still playing. United Cricket Clonmel made 142. Cork County are 105 for 1 of 12.3 overs. And Ishan Singh has 74 for Cork County. So Cork County looking to win that one. Blasters were all bowled out by County Clare, seconds, for 242. And that's Limerick Blasters' second team. And Limerick CC were bowled out for 161 against Waterford. Waterford just starting their reply, and they're one without loss off 1.3. And finally, Nina, 252 for 9. We're with Middleton now 19 for 2 off 7.4 overs, and that is up in Ballygan, that's right. And there was a fifth game today. County Kerry 3s against Cork Harlequins 3s, and the pitch was deemed unplayable, which might go to operations. But there you go.
We'll leave that to the higher powers than us, Joe. It's like
Right.
the podcast again. It's great. So
Yeah.
good experience. They're just going through those Division 2 matches. So that's the third tier in Munster cricket. Good.
Good scores out there.
Good scores out there. Also a good experience for United Cricket Clonmel. Playing at the Mardyke always is the game everyone wants to play in. Playing down below in the Mardyke. So yeah, good for them. However, in the match situation, not quite. County well on top in that one.
Yeah.
And it looks as though, Joe, in Middleton, they're about to just click over 20 overs, which means they will have a result.
Definitely.
And
right,
County well on top.
I think we'll take a break there, Rodders. I don't think there's much more we can say.
Yeah.
We'll be back on about 15 minutes' time. So please join us then. Thank you.
And we'll give a final
And
score.
a very warm welcome back. And for the final time, just off to our left-hand side, you've probably guessed the stumps have been taken in. The 30-yard circle has been taken up, and handshakes all around to our left-hand side. This game has been abandoned after the first innings, and because their 20 overs have not been bowled in the second innings, in fact, no, not even a delivery is bowled in the second innings, the game has been called off due to rain. Joe, do you have any more news on that?
Yeah, the ground was deemed unplayable, unsafe for the players, especially where they run. Unfortunately, some players arrive in flat shoes, which are not conducive to running on the field, and so that was the reason given. The umpire, in fairness to him, wanted to give it an hour, but an hour for once it was dry. But looking at the weather forecast, it wasn't going to be dry, so abandoned due to the conditions. But we have one or two more scores there to give just before we wrap up. And Cork County had a fantastic 10-wicket win over Middleton CC. And it was Siddiqui who made it. He got his 50 with 63 not out. And he was joined by Matthew Spanner with 48 not out. And only 11 extras. So fair play to Middleton. So they pick up the 25 points. That's 20 for the win and 5 for the bonus. And I'll quickly go into Division 2. And United Cricket Cork County might do a double today. They require 10 runs off 22 overs. So that's looking the way it's going. Clare have started their reply, and they're not off to a good start. They're 3 for 2 off 3.1 overs. Limerick are 161 all out, and Waterford are 24 for 2 in their reply. And finally, Nina made 252, and Middleton are 62 for 3 off 13. Rodders.
We're the only game that's been called off. Every other game is going ahead. It must only be raining here. That's. Thank you very much, Joe, for those updates. Thank you very much for tuning in to this broadcast here on Club Sportscast TV for this MCU Premier Division match between County Kerry and Cork Harlequins. It has ended with a match abandoned due to rain. Be sure to join us in 2 weeks' time when we will be broadcasting the Clear Currency Irish Senior Cup first round matchup between the Munster Cricket Union side Cork Harlequins and the Leinster Cricket Union side Marion.
Just want to say we will be doing a lot more cricket matches during the summer, and Club Sportscast hopefully will be doing a few other sports, believe it or not.
Looking forward to it.
Yes. So from myself, Joseph O'Mahony, and Rodders Cotter,
thank you very much for tuning in, and have a great day.